Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome, beautiful souls. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English. We call it the North American team, and the date is February 20th, 2022. I'm your host, Mark Anderson. I'll be joined shortly by Alex Skorick, who wasn't able to make a presentation or a teaching last week, or a sharing of the knowledge, as we like to say, but we're going to bring him up front and center very soon. It's a beautiful time on this planet, even though things haven't turned up yet so beautifully, but we know that this 2/22 date of 2022 is a very important time in the history of this planet, as this is going to be the start of another new cycle within the understanding of the soul and the understanding of creation, the process of creation, and more of our capabilities. Mr. Kesh is taking us step by step through this process. And again,
sorry, Mark, I just wanted to elevate the viewer, but then he disappeared and it touched the close mic function. It is just an accident. Sorry.
Okay, I thought I was speaking, but I noticed my mic was closed. That's one thing about these apps and this computer. They seem to give themselves a lot of privileges or allow them to do things that you don't always are aware that they're doing. These apps and so on, these programs, what we call. But anyway, it's a beautiful time within the Kesh Foundation as we're moving step by step closer to more of an understanding of who we are, what we've created, our capabilities. And many of these systems are going to show us that. But we don't actually need the systems to achieve that, as we're going to be learning more about the actual magrevs and other things about these transportation systems. And of course, many times he's taught us things and we seem to miss many of them, or not have a complete understanding, or go for the crumbs instead of the cake, which I guess is the habit of the man because we're so physical. But we're going to be moving into newer dimensions and newer understandings. And of course, this is to be shared with all the other people on this planet who are waiting to understand more, or wondering what their life is about here. Why are they here? How are they created? Where do they come from? Where are they going? So the possibilities are endless. We just need to learn more about the understanding of creation and the total process and our capabilities, as I said. Okay, I'm Siros, I'm going to mute you. I was going to go back to that 2017 teaching, but since Alex didn't have a chance to bring a presentation last week, we're going to let him start rather shortly. I would like to go and play the universal body enhancement system. And as I said in the meeting in Kenya recently that many people probably are tired of seeing this little video. It still is exciting to me and many others. But as soon as you start using this system, I'm sure you're never going to stop talking about it. You might even meet some people from the universal community in there because they've been asked to park their craft and start to learn a new way to fly the way the creator moves, or the way the process of creation and positions and times and places happen in the universe. And apparently it's limitless. So wherever you'd like to go, wherever you'd like to play or visit or explore, seeing the beauties of the creator, this is all up to you. And apparently the soul knows positions that are safe for you and won't allow you to go even to the moon if it wouldn't be appropriate, because even the moon can't do any wrong, as I understand it. So let's watch that video on the 3 minutes for the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. And as Mr. Kesh said, depending on how it's set, if there's enough energy put in here, you'll even meet your own soul. We've seen what it can do as far as creating gravity. I'm not sure if it's this system or the materials enhancement system, but one of them has possibly gained weight and has possibly lost weight. It would have to be measured, Mr. Kesh indicated, and to see it might only be 500 kilos at this point. But there's so many things happening and there's so much knowledge to understand, and we're being taken through this again, step by step by step by step. And if you don't understand it, you continue to review the teachings, because I don't think we have a better teacher in the universe than Mr. Kesh, or this group of creators, let's say, that are probably responsible for certain areas or certain parts of the universe. As I'm just understanding it on my own. And we know there's many levels above the dimension of the creator. So let's see this very advanced, most advanced system. And again, it was retooled or reworked. And we understand that if the first one was a 1, the new one is a 10,000. So unlimited capabilities. And also we have the vertical systems, the material enhancement systems, the flight enhancement system. Of course, the emotional and brain balancing system, which will be going into Arizona very shortly if it hasn't arrived there already. And many of these systems will start to roll out in the coming days and weeks. And we've heard this for the last few years, but now apparently the time is right, and they will be delivered as they've been promised. I know there'll be centers sent up, there'll be many places to be processed to enjoy the beauties of understanding the creation and what actually can be done, from feeding to travel, just to understanding and meeting your own soul, mending bridges, seeing what it's like to experience death, but not actually dying, and see how the soul and the soul of physicality can work together in this beautiful creation that we've created. So let's go to this quick video here, which is only about 3 minutes. And then I'd like to go to a question that Mr. Kesh was asked of what's so important about February 22nd, 2022.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother. allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Okay, so that is what I would call the flagship unit, or the most advanced system ever developed probably in the universe. And as Mr. Kesh said, the ones that are traveling in the UFOs are going to become very interested in this system, and you might find a friend in there, or someone you don't know, but you may become acquainted with. But before we go on to this question about Tuesday, one of our dear knowledge seekers, Victor, has gone into the next set of dimensions, let's say. And Liliana has sent me a video, which I just tried to download. I didn't know Victor, although I was in a few meetings with him. Apparently he was in Europe or in Spain. I'm not sure when he moved into the next dimension or has elevated into a new position. I don't know if anyone would like to say anything, but we do elevate his soul in every end, as I wrote in the chat to, I think it was Lisbeth or someone else, that every end is a new beginning. So he started the real life. The real life isn't in the physicality. It's in the dimension of the soul, where the soul can transmute into any position or place it would like. So Victor has started his new life in a new journey. And of course, with the new soul that's being created, he'll be able to manifest probably in both dimensions, whether he wants to be in the energy dimension or in the dimension of Mitra, which is the dimension of physicality. So we elevate his soul. Victor, I know you hear us, as the soul always receives. Is there anyone who'd like to say anything, or I can play? Let me see, I downloaded it. So let's see if we can get this to play for us. This is a green screen. Let's put the volume a little lower, and we'll adjust this. This is in memory of Victor Vicente Gasquart. I'm not sure exactly how you say his last name, but he knows we're reaching out to him. And of course, he'll be in the area for a while, mending any fences or repairing any things he had to do. And hopefully the family's at ease and he's explained to them the new dimension. Yes, John?
His name is Victor Vicente Gasquet.
Gasquet.
It's more of a French name.
Yes.
Gasquet.
And you
And he
knew
was
him?
living in Mallorca, the Isle of Mallorca.
Okay, were you in communication with him? Would you like to say anything in in remembering him? And we're celebrating the life of the man, not the death of the man.
You help. I right now I can't talk.
No problem. Let's play this video. It's rather short, just a minute. Is there anyone else, or shall we wait till after the video? We can wait. Everybody can see it? Can you see that? Let me just double check.
Yes, I don't know if there's a sound because I've got a copy of it and I don't get any sound.
Okay, let's just play it here.
There are
Yes.
a couple of words that are not properly
There we go. We
translated,
have
but
sound.
I'll fill it up. Ah, yeah, that's good.
Actually, I'm going to play this one more time. It's only 1 minute. That was very beautiful. And if you haven't heard that music before, that was created by a knowledge seeker just in the last few days. And we thank that knowledge seeker for that creation, and it's already being used. I called it contemplation. That's what sense came to me when I first heard it. But this music, this background music was just created, and perhaps it was created especially for Victor. Thank you, Victor, for all your service to the community and your continued service wherever you may go. And thank you, Ed, for that beautiful sound, beautiful creation you made just recently. So how apropos. Would anyone like to say anything? Is Liliana here, or anyone else who knew Victor who would like to mention? I think I was in a couple of meetings with him, but never interacted directly, although the souls were interacting. Yes, Ike, he did pass away according to the family. Joseph, okay, I'll read that after. Is there anyone here who would like to make any comments about Victor? And of course, where he is now is so beautiful that if we knew how beautiful it is, Mr. Kesh said we'd kill ourselves to get there. But of course, if you kill yourself, you're probably a wrong creation in some shape or form and have to learn more. But Victor was fully aware, I'm sure, of the soul and the interactions, and he was being prepared to take his next step into the real life and to create the true children that come out of your soul in the future time, as we've been taught. So Victor's on another process of creation and discovering, just another one of these 1,000 steps in the ladder that we are climbing or we're ascending on. Many different knowledges, but the soul knows what to do. It has a full PhD or a double PhD in this knowledge, so, and no soul is lost. It always becomes part of something else, or perhaps a sun, a star, a solar system, or even part of another structure. And when it's in this other structure, it's there to serve. And I'm sure Victor understands that, and he's probably enjoying himself and wondering why it took so long to get here. And he's probably experienced the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, which is that emotion of completeness, I think, that we're all looking to achieve on this planet, but very hard to do. Thank you, Shweta, for adding so much. Thank you so much, my dear Victor, Shweta says, for your love always, in beauty and totality. We are always in love with each other. Will we always? Forever, my dear. Salam, namaste, salute. Thank you, Shweta.
Thank you, my dear Mark. Thank you so much.
Yes, like he didn't not die, just the physicality is left behind, but the soul of physicality goes along with the soul of the man. He may be a star, he may create another whole universe, he may reach the level of the creator. All depends on what the souls agree on or what the soul wants to do. I'm not sure exactly who dictates what position, but I'm sure it's all worked out. And that was a beautiful 1-minute clip that someone probably put together rather rapidly. And so at some point, we can experience this in these vertical units as well. As Mr. Kesh says, when you open the door, if you're not there, that means you're inside some sort of envelope as a plasma and ready to be transferred to something else. So that's the point of death. And what these units will allow us to do is to experience that. And when it actually happens, there'll be no fear, and you'll actually know what to do as I understand it. And again, just what I say doesn't mean that comes from Mr. Kesh, but it's just my understanding of what I think I understand. So always check it out with the universal teacher and his words. And that's where I think we'll go now. So Tuesday with the Universal Council is a very important date. Mr. Kesh has mentioned it numerous times. And we all thought it was the announcement of the Mekti, and maybe it will be, but he's already announced himself in several different workshops, and that he is the creator, he is the Mekti, and of course we are all Mektis as well. So let's hear this question that was asked by one of the knowledge seekers about what's so special about February 22nd, 2022, which will be here in just a couple of days. That meeting is the same workshop number as you see here, the 939-474-503. And that meeting usually starts at 4 p.m. CET. So if you're available, Mr. Kesh should be joining on that date, as he said he's going to try and join. I think he will. And give us a new understanding of the beginning of this next cycle that's taking place. So let's hear what the universal teacher had to say about 2/22.
Just a correction, Mark.
Yes,
It's 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
4
It's
p.m.
nine-
CET time. And that would translate into, for me, at 10 a.m. European Standard Time. So it's 4 p.m. CET time, as I understand it, which is they're 6 hours ahead of us here on the East Coast of the United States.
Okay, I stand
It's a-
corrected again.
It's okay
It's 9 a.m.
for you.
What is it?
I
9
think it's
a.m.
for you and
Eastern.
your time.
No, 9 a.m. Central European Time, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, anyone want to correct us? The knowledge seeker, I mean, the one planet, one nation, one race. And that's what I'm talking about, Alex, the Tuesday program.
Forgive
Starts
me.
at 4 p.m. CET.
Forgive me.
No, no, no problem.
You're correct.
No, I don't need to be correct. We just need to all be on the same understanding. So let's hear why this meeting or why this date is important. It brings in a new cycle of understanding and elevation of the soul of the man, which is where all these teachings are starting to go, all around field interactions. Now, again, you can play with reactors and you can do this, and I'm still playing with reactors and trying to learn more, because we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. So let's hear a little from Mr. Kesh before we go to Alex. Thank you, Alex.
And before we get to that, we have a question in the Q&A from Alex Siamono. What is special about 2202-2022? This is someone new that's come in, and perhaps that could be explained to new people.
It is one of the crucial points of the maturity of the soul of the man. It's the beginning of the time where many souls will be elevated to understand the process of the creation. And we'll see the process, the start of the new generation of men. And this process will take a long time to complete, but is the position where man become aware and the power of his own existence in the dimension of the soul. It's the day of what we call recognition of one strength, one knowledge, one understanding, and how this process has created. It's the creation of manifestation of Mehdi, the promise, in the soul of the man, in understanding the totality of man's own strength, in a way confirming the understanding of the creation and the creator without any shape or form of physicality or intermediary. Enlightenment to the light of the knowledge. That's what it is for. And it's a turning point. We shall see massive changes from next Tuesday in the structure, the social structure of this planet. We'll see massive improvements, massive progress towards a peace, towards unification of the sciences and technologies of man, which leads to totality of understanding. It's the time of Mehdi and manifestation of his presence, where it's within every man as part of the soul of totality. And in a way, it's the time when the Universal Council meets to bring that unification of the soul of the man in respect to the position, time, place of the presence of, and the desire of the soul of the mankind to reach the ultimate goal, which is to love the Creator, to give, to become part of. It's a wonderful day if you understand it. Just doesn't go by name. It's chosen by time, place, and what we call a strength. We'll see the start of the change in many ways. And starting next week, from 22nd on, we'll see massive development in process of the space development, space processes, man understanding there's a bigger space in the universe than man has chosen as village of Earth. And man will start investing in the knowledge, the true knowledge of creation, not just knowledge as what man thought has been created out of. If you knew what I know, you shall not sleep till next Tuesday. And thereon, what I say, where the beauty of the Creator shall be shown. It's the day of judgment for man's understanding of one's own soul and its capabilities and its connection and its power and understanding the beauty of the creation. And the Universal Council members are getting very quiet. And the Universal Council members will come to understand it. And then once they feel it, they'll connect through it with the soul of Mitra, and through it with the soul of the humanity and the rest, and the change will come. Any other question?
So this is a time for a new generation of men that are going to be aware of their existence in the dimension of the soul. I sort of made up a little saying. We always say, thank we. And then I say, we the people. And then we're more than people. We're something else that's just temporarily covered in the clothes of the man. So this is the new understanding. And even for the Universal Council supporters and knowledge seekers and others, they're going to be connecting with the soul of Mitra to help this change. And apparently, as John said, new winds and new energies are here on this planet now, and they're going to start blowing after that date, or they're already swirling around. People may be wondering, and you know, I wanted to name, or I thought of the name for that song we just heard in Victor's memorial as contemplation in a way. So people are contemplating right now, what is the next change? What is the next move? What is going to be happening to this planet? But he said things will start happening in a very quicker way, where man starts to realize that he's more than just the dimension of physicality. So this will be beautiful, and this will be make it easier perhaps for us to teach and to share the knowledge. So many people don't seem to get it right away. And maybe we've just been allowed to peep through a little bit of the shade that's been pulled up for us prior to some of the others. So we're happy that we're here, and we're happy that the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation has enlightened us to a certain point, but now it's going to go even further. He said it would take a while, but the progress it'll be a continual progress of uplifting and elevation of all the souls on this planet. And I would think that would include the plants, the animals, and every other soul that exists here on this planet. So the whole creation has been waiting for this. And next Tuesday, as he said, is the time of the starting of the new cycle. So hopefully you can join us if you can. And if not, please review the archive. It'll be talked about, I'm sure, all over the planet. And again, it's on this soul dimension. Never mind so much the physicality. That is the matter state. And it is important because we're all so physical, but yet we're going to come to realize that there are other levels above the level of the matter state. And if we knew how beautiful they were, we'd really be, I don't know what we'd do, but we'd want to get there a little quicker. And now with the new soul, we'll be able to operate in both dimensions of energy and dimension of Mitra, or the physicality. So a beautiful time. We invite you all to attend, and hopefully we'll see you there. Would anyone like to make any comments about this day or what they've been thinking about? I'm sure most of you who are here now will be there. We do have Shweta here from the Universal Council and a number of Universal Council supporters here as well. So this is a day that the planet, that even the soul of the planet has been waiting for. Maybe I'll do the Dome of Peace next. Let's see if we can do that. And this is what we're creating, not only peace on the surface of the planet, but peace within the soul of the planet.
My dear Mark, can you hear
Yes,
me?
dear. Yes.
Oh, salam, namaste, salute. Actually, what is happening is, my heart is filled with so much love that, as you are asking, we are preparing for the extreme love that is coming with the master, the teacher, and our responsibilities as being, as in the collective. And I have no words, Mark. I have no words for this.
Just beautiful
I'm just,
emotions.
yes, just beautiful emotions. And I from my inside, my soul, I think from that day, the structure of the light will begin again. And many people, those who are in pain, will understand the beauty without no pain, no hunger. The spheres, as I know, the spheres of light, the spheres of love, the spheres of all that is care and kindness is coming for them. And with the teacher, and I will say, this is the, I have no other words to say. This is what I, as a person, as a being, as a knowledge seeker, I just, my hand is on my heart, and I'm saying this, that absolutely we are taking responsibilities of all that is love, to be, to rejuvenate, to restore what is left, to be in the travel, in the dimension of beauty and totality. Thank you so much, my dear Mark, for asking.
Thank you, Shweta, for your service to all the communities here and throughout the universe, as we're connected to all. We heard Mr. Kesh say the soul doesn't need a GPS. It's already connected to every place and every position in this universe. It's just us who lack that understanding and the knowledge of how to move there. But we're learning, and we want to thank the universal community as well as the Universal Council. And always keep the Universal Council in your prayers and in your hearts, that they need this elevation. We can see what they've done at the 5+1 or the 5+3, as Mr. Kesh was working in the dimension of physicality, and the Universal Council was working on the dimension of the soul, and some of the helpers of the Universal Council were also working in that dimension. And from all over the world, from Russia to Brazil to Mexico to China to Africa, and to so on, as we unite this planet into the one nation, one race for world peace. Jefferson, you had something, I think you knew Victor. Would you like to make a comment or a tribute to Victor? I'll just read what Jefferson wrote. Victor is back to the creator's fields and took his essence to a higher light strength. Thank you, Victor. We all elevate your soul.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, please come in.
In fact, I didn't met him. I didn't know him, but I gave the best fields that I have for his choice. I gave freely, and he took whatever he would like to take to follow his path. But I know that it was a Universal Council supporter, and he was and he is with us in the soul level, and I hope he can stay around with us and bring the light that he brought in the physicality as well. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Victor.
Yes, I see Raphael has joined us. Is there anything you'd like to say regarding Victor, Raphael? Or any kind words you'd like to share with all of us? I don't know if you knew Victor, or he was more in the Spanish community, I think. But it's all one community anyway, just like it's one plasma. It's just where you put that plasma, the field strength and The environment dictates what that plasma will appear as. So I think Victor's finding this out now, that he's unlimited in where he can go and what he would like to do in conjunction with his soul and his soul of physicality. He can create new positions, and even positions that have never existed before. It's just by the emotions that those positions and places and time can be created if you'd like to. So thank you, Victor, for all your service over all the years you've been with the Keshe Foundation, and you'll probably always be with the Keshe Foundation as you make your way towards the level of the Creator. So thank you for guiding us and sharing with us and being here on the soul level with us today. Anyone else would like to say anything regarding Victor?
Yes, Mark. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Do you hear me?
We do.
I would like to say I am really very happy. Happy that one time I know Victor, and we did interact a lot in the past years. And he shared with us his love, his knowledge, his questions. And you know, when two plasmas interact and share energies in between, some of me is part of him, of his knowledge, some of his knowledge part of me. And I think in reality, in the last days of interactions, especially when Mr. Cass said, you can be a man of peace for another communities. I would like to say that once we accepted a man to interact with, or an entity to interact with, you are part of this entity in a way. So it will come back to you. When this part of you interact, wherever it is, with whom you support it, it will come back to you in a way. And really, it made me happy that such a person, such a beautiful person as Victor, he carried part of us with him. And always I am supporting Victor wherever he is. Victor or Sandor or the other knowledge seekers who was with us and interacted and accepted in a way, and we accepted their present as a beauty, and they accepted our present for them as a beauty to share with. So it will be always supporting Victor wherever he is and whatever he's doing. And I think the coming times, it will show us a lot of things more than we think. Thank you.
Yes, I was just thinking Sandor may be looking for him to take him for a universal tea and maybe show him a few of the beauties.
He is my friend.
Yes.
All the knowledge seekers, they gain some knowledge about the truth of interaction in real universe. So I don't think anyone will be short of any knowledge, because he can call up even to the Universal Council, because he is the link to them. So he is alive with us all the time. All the knowledge seekers who come through our life, and
yes,
it have been in our life, in our existence, in our knowledge, they stay like this, and we elevate all of them, no matter who is and where he is.
Yes, we just wish for him to spread this knowledge across the universe and to spread peace across the universe. And whatever else you'd like to do and enjoy, Victor. And I think he can move in the 2 dimensions. Maybe we'll see him here again. He may not look exactly like he looked in the picture we saw, but he may say something, hey, Jalal, remember when we were in that meeting in Germany or another place and we interacted? And you'll say, wow, you don't look like Victor, but you certainly speak like him. That was the example of Christ in the when Mary came to him and he didn't recognize him. So I think he has that ability to do that now. But again, he may find the universe a much more exciting and beautiful place. But he's with us and we're with him. Thank you, Jalal. Dean?
Hi, Mark. Can I say a few words about Victor?
Yes, please. Anyone can. Thank you, Dean.
I'd just like to say, I didn't know Victor. However, I know he was always present. And I know he was highly regarded in the Spanish community. And I know, as I said, he was always there. And I heard him a few times when I was present with the Spanish community. And he gave from his soul. And the fact that he followed the teachings and was part of it, his soul was part of it, and he believed in it very strongly. I know that he was a wonderful person who was giving continuously and understood the knowledge. And so he took it forward and shared it in his way, to his understanding, and to the community that he needed to reach. I don't know when Victor actually changed his position. I'll just speak of an experience I had. So just yesterday, I don't know when Victor went. I went on a movement, and I actually wore the Kesh Foundation t-shirt, the long sleeve one. And I had "One Planet, One Nation, One Race" written in many languages across my back. And very bright colors all over the front, proudly displaying the Kesh Foundation to many people within the movement. And many people, they spoke German, but I could tell I also had GANs in my backpack. And many people came. I sensed their being, I sensed their field strength around me. Sometimes you find that I've had before where you get this, you get like a sphere, a ring, where people can't seem to or are not willing to come into it. And then others start to come in, and then it gradually, it's almost like that Ben factor that Mr. Kesh spoke about. When someone walks into the exhibition, there's a little tickle factor where he understands where people are experiencing the fields, and it makes them bend in a certain way. So I went on this movement and did this walk, and it was quite a long walk, and many interactions with very beautiful people, trying to their understanding, in the conditions that and the environment that's going on at the moment, trying to liberate and help mankind to their understanding. And so by being present, and I also sprayed the GANS plasma waters on this march, and just a little, and was making intentions and thoughts constantly. After the march, we went on a soul walk where we just guided, just go to a place, go to a position, and go for a walk. And we ended up going on this walk, and ended up at this through a long path and up some steep banks and woods and all sorts of things. And we came to this house, and it was an old house, and just about to walk around the side, and there's an old lady taking pictures out front, and she first of all was a little bit dubious about people coming past. And once we started to engage a conversation with her, she started to explain that she'd had many people that were walking past her property because it's very isolated up in the woods and on its own. And she never, she was trying to protect her property because many walkers were walking past it, and she'd had other interactions. Anyway, to cut a long story short, she had like a number, and it's like 14 something on the front of the house. It was an old house, and when we started speaking to her, she said it was actually older than this. She then decided to invite us in. So she changed her, from her viewpoint, was very not defensive, but you know, who are you? You know, you're in the middle of nowhere. What, you know, what is it? Then to suddenly inviting us in, and then we had an interaction. And the only reason I'm saying this, sorry, it's a bit long-winded, is as I'm trying to say, I don't know when Victor went, but I don't know his or how he felt about things, but I had some very soul interactions on this day. And one of them was we started speaking to this woman. She had a wonderful beam in the middle of her house. I had the flower of life. Had the flower of life on it. I had 2 hearts, and the flower of life in another pattern was made up of 9. And this has obviously been there for a long time. Someone had carved it many years ago. And then there was, we started to interact with this lady. Bridget sang some songs, and I was present. And I had some GANs in my bag. And anyway, the conversation got round to this, the Kesh technology and the science, and more of it on a spiritual level for this particular lady in that moment. However, I explained I had something in my bag, and it was some ZNO and CO2, particular GANs, washed and very beautiful in a container, small container, little spray bottle. And I had also cup 1 and cup 2 in another bottle. So after a conversation with this lady, we come to a position where I sprayed a little on myself just to make her understand that it could no harm. I was talking about the energy fields and how it could enhance and help her. I said, how would you like me to do this? How would you like me to help you a little bit? And she had this statue, very small, not, you know, sort of, I don't know, A4 size height of a wooden statue of, I think she got it for Christmas. So it's very new, of Jesus. It made me laugh. And the reason I laughed was because I said, what do you want me to spray? She wanted me to spray Jesus. So I ended up spraying Jesus with GANS water, ZNO and CO2. And it did make me smile inside and afterwards. And as I said, I don't know about Victor, but there's some soul interactions were happening. Whether they were connected with Victor, I cannot say. However, it seems the soul, as we all know, knows many things and gives us many interactions. And coming back to Victor, bless his soul, and thank him for all he did for the foundation and for the soul of man, and for all the people that are present in these moments. And I know his soul and heart, his very being was in the right place to help many. And Victor, thank you very much, and much love in your new position. And I give you all the energy you require. I give freely and unconditionally to you, however you need it. Thank you, Victor. Thank you all for listening. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Dean. And we all know that the clothes, the shirts and the pants, and you can see those on the Kesh Foundation store, are impregnated with certain, probably proprietary GANs mixtures, and therefore creating balance fields and balance fields within you and balance fields in the environment, I do believe. So yes, you were carrying the GANs in your bag, and you were also wearing additional GANs plus all the GANs within your actual structure. So you were quite emitting quite a number of fields there, and hopefully the person felt the elevation and received a little bit more understanding.
Oh, most definitely, Mark. So just to reiterate a little, when I placed the bottle of GANs of CO2 and ZNO washed into her hands and said, just experience this. She held it, and I would say she was in her 70s, late 70s, and she wore a mask. And she wasn't wearing the mask for the mask's sake. She had, I think she'd lost a lot of teeth in the top of her jaw, and I think she was embarrassed about this. And so she was wearing it as a way of covering when she was speaking. So I spoke to her about some other things and to help her. And I also, as I said, I placed the GANS water in her hands, and she held it gently. And I said, just experience it. And we just gave her a moment. And she started to feel that she was losing she was swaying backwards and forwards. And she said she felt like she was falling backwards. And she felt that she sensed the GANS and the field strength very much. It's the first interaction she's had with it. And as I said, I sprayed around her and I sprayed her parts of her environment. I also gave her the bottle of cup 1 and cup 2. I gave it to her and told her that she could spray this and use it in many ways, and just to use it in and around her environment and for herself. And she greatly appreciated that. And it's funny, after that, after Brigitte sung some songs and I gave this, she couldn't stop giving. She was giving, she was going into her cupboards and into everywhere, and she just kept coming out with things and giving. And she was so happy. And I tried to explain, I did explain this, that the reason that she experienced this soul interaction, because I know we were supposed to meet, and I know the souls already know this. Same with Victor. We all know, and we've all been present with Victor in many moments. So we were meant to meet this lady, and I know that she experienced, because she allowed, at the point where she changed her position, where she, from a position of defending not defending, protecting a field, a building, a land, whatever it is, however you want to describe it. When she suddenly allowed, from that moment on, everything opened up. And the interaction both ways, the flow, magnetic and gravitational, was beautiful and very fulfilling for everybody. Wonderful.
Excellent.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mark.
beautiful. Yeah, I think we're going to see that with a lot of people. They're going to change some of their emotions. Ricardo, I see your mic is open. Would you like to add something? We're talking about Victor Vicente, Gasquad.
Yes, thank you. Okay, personally, Victor is my friend, and I say is because after he went, I keep talking with him. And last year, in the darkest moment of my life, Victor give me the answer for that situation I was living in. And the words he told me last year, 2 days ago, he repeat again. And last year he told me if I was loving my ex-wife, that's it. I don't need she loved me till I keep loving her. And that words gave me a deep peace. 2 days ago, Victor told me, I'm okay. I don't feel pain anymore. And Ricardo, you love me. No es así. I say, yes, Victor. So that's important. I will be on the plasma. I will be on the face you look on the ganses. I'm not going anywhere. I will keep with you. And Victor was the guy who motivated me to get into the private class. And he showed me how to navigate into the classes, where to find what I was looking for. In my very personal opinion, he's not only to me, wasn't just a knowledge seeker. He's a leader. He was like a father to me since I know him. And I know him deeper last year and 2 years ago, since 2 years ago. But before that, I remember the voice on the Spanish speaking workshop. And I did, and I experiment all the stuff he was talking about. And I remember 3 years ago on the, I guess, March, not sure, but I guess March, April, when I talk about the capabilities I was doing, and he told me, Ricardo, you can do the same right now with somebody of us like me. Sure, I can. And he was the very first people who filled me a distance. And I remember I found something in the feet, the foot, and I saw what how it was, and it's a dark, um, like something long, like 2-3 centimeters. Next day he went to the doctor, and they say, "Hey, Ricardo, you was right. The doctor never saw that." Victor was the first person who feel it, and I remember the the words of surprise, and he was saying, "That's, I don't want to lie everybody, but he said that, but I'm feeling what Ricardo is touching on my feet." Um, late that year, him and him wife was talking, and he asked me about another dimension, and I keep that in my mind. So 1 month later, I told him, "You are already in that dimension because you invite me, and you live in that dimension too." And he asked me, "How was it?" And I described him. 2 days ago, I was walking with him on the sea, and he explained me that he's not living. He is on the plasma. He is on the reactors, where a lot of knowledge seeker has noticed something inside faces, bodies, forms. And he, in a way to assure that, he told me, I promise, Ricardo, I will be on the plasma. Personally, I feel pain because we have a deep friendship. And I feel, in a way, happy because normally when somebody go away, I feel it. I feel the soul when it's done. But in this case, with Victor, he no go away anywhere else. He's with us, and he will be with us, I guess, forever. It is strange what I feel, but even I hear the notice, and when the wife Maria told me that need to be disconnected, my feeling is that Victor is with us. Maybe because I can't talk with him even right now, but the voice is not the same, and I'm pretty sure Victor didn't go. Victor will stay with us, and maybe I never thought before, but thank you, Victor, for teaching me the most hardest lesson in my life to the moment. Thank you for teaching me how to get into the classes. Thank you for being the leader. You always be with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark.
Very touching, Ricardo. It's bringing tears to my eyes. And I'm sure Victor's heard every word that everyone has said. And again, as we've been taught, the true life starts at the point of death, not ends at the point of death. So, and of course, we also know that if you've helped someone along the way and you've elevated their souls, then you're worthy to be part of the universal community. So I'm sure Victor is now part of the universal community, which is part of all of us. And we'll probably see him maybe in the physicality, but certainly on the soul level. So we can all connect to Victor by just looking at his picture, or if you can remember his picture in your mind, or you don't even need a picture actually, because the soul knows who you're connecting with or trying to connect to. So again, Victor, we thank you for all your services, all the people you have touched, and your dedication to this knowledge and to peace on this planet. And thank you for your service again. And we just elevate your family at this hard, perhaps it's a hard time for them, but again, the true existence starts at the point of death, not ends at the point of death. So we just honor your work and thank you for all you've done and all the souls you've interacted with along the way. And I'm sure now you're part of the universal community, which has been promised. Thank you, Victor, for manifesting.
I'll also say something. I'm sure now that Victor found the secret of the creation, that after passing the portal of this terrestrial life, we will be omnipresent and omnipotent like our creator. And as Mark said, we start our real existence, because here on the earth, it's only a dream. As Mark also said another time, and I agree with him. And I thanks to him because he helped me to be in contact, because I was part of the team of Cash Foundation TV team, and he helped me to be in contact with other people from France to prepare the teaching. I didn't know him, but he just was so kind and helped me to be in contact with people. And always I was seeing his name in YouTube. He was saying to everybody hello, and he started all the discussions. Lovely soul. And I'm sure that family is not sad, because Victor is in peace there, is happy to be in a real life forever. It's just our wish to free our soul, to give the freedom to be everywhere, to be the totality. And now he's totality, part of the totality, not only in the night or in the dream, he's all the time in totality. He's omnipresent and omniscient. He's everywhere. I hope that all of us will pass the fear, will will not have fear of death, because we are just passengers on this earth, and we already know how is the universe at our unconscious level. We become universal consciousness that time. Thank you very much for listening me. And on 22nd, I'm sure, this is for sure, that we will elevate our soul, we will become mature. We already, today and this day, we prepare ourselves to, how do you say? I don't find the words in English, but anyway, we are all conscient of our potential, and we prepared ourselves for being able to have the dream of humanity, to create the dream on this earth, the common dream, for the benefit of all humanity, not only from our comfort, but for the prosperity of all humanity and happiness, and also for of course, for peace on this earth. Thank you very much. Much love to Vicent and to all of you.
Thank you, Salomia. Lisbeth, I don't know if you're here with us, but Lisbeth wrote in the chat, Victor's soul decided it's time to leave. Let's raise his soul with the same love that he gave us for several years in this great Kesh family. Thank you, Lisbeth. And yes, we thank you, beautiful souls, for all the work you do in the matter state or in the dimension of energy. And we know that will continue to exist way past the matter state. And this is just, again, an illusion, and we're just covered with the clothes of the man. As Mr. Kesh once said, the governments are hoping this guy is going to go away, but this guy is not going away because this is not a guy. This is something else in the clothes of a man, just like the rest of us. So thank you, Victor, so much. Is there anyone else who'd like to add anything else? Kay said, my deepest and warmest condolences to Victor's family and his loved ones. May Victor's soul shine like the brightest star for all eternity to come. May God bless all the knowledge seekers too. Thank you, Kay. Anyone else would like to add anything else before we go to the Dome of Peace, which I'm sure Victor participated in while he was here and had elevated the soul of this planet as well, including the knowledge seekers, as we heard from Ricardo. Very touching, Ricardo. Thank you. And at any time, Victor is not gone. He's just in a different dimension right now. And it'll be up to him and what he chooses to do. But we support you, Victor. We know you're there. And we thank you again for all your services to all the different communities. And now you're part of a much bigger family. Well, you've always been part of it, but now you're experiencing it. So thank you much. And say hello to Sander for us as well. So the soul stays here probably for 2 weeks or more, putting things together. Hopefully his family will get a sign that he's still around and still active if they didn't understand this knowledge, but we understand it. And so death has no limitation over us. And especially if you know what to do when you do experience that process. And these are some of the things we'll learn to do in the universal systems that are being developed and are about to be released on this planet in some rather large numbers, I would say. So thank you, Victor, again. We give from our souls, take whatever you'd like. We are present with you. Okay, let's go to the Dome of Peace. Alex, I only said 20 minutes, but it's gone into a little longer than that. But today is the day of the Dome of Peace, and of course, that's every day. But specifically, Mr. Kesh asked the knowledge seekers, and let's hear Mr. Kesh's own words.
Is Dome of Peace? Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And so we continue to release the Gans waters, whether it's Sunday, which we're doing sort of in a coordinated fashion, but any day of the week is fine. As the soul of this planet is in pain and it's cried out to the universal community, and now the universal community has answered and is going to bring that soul into balance. And of course, by adding to the soul of the planet through these ganses, even though we don't know exactly what we're doing, this has been the request, and this is how you elevate a soul of a planet, apparently. And we know that GANS waters and GANS material will be released in a massive way, even though it's been done in China. Today I was along a river and I kept spraying until the leader I had was gone, and I just watched it and gave intentions on most every pump or spray that I did. And that water in that river was about 2 miles away from the Long Island Sound, what they call it. And that water has gone now into the Long Island Sound, and it knows where to go, the GANS, and it knows plasma water, and it knows what to do. So all you have to do is just be a part of it and release it. So if you have some maybe dried out or other material that you've just been saving or sending, release it. The soul of the planet needs it. And once the soul of the planet is elevated, we'll become elevated as well. And this is probably another bigger project that we're not quite understanding yet. Another one of the reasons for releasing the GANS water is to connect all these centers together. Somehow through plasmatic fields, they're going to be connected. So as you release these waters, it makes those little connections that's needed. And it may seem insignificant, or it may seem just for your physicality, but it is an important aspect. Mr. Kesh has made a certain request that we continue to do this until the soul of this planet reaches a peaceful and permanent condition of the life on this planet. And that's where we're heading to. As we see, a new cycle is starting on Tuesday again. And it's just reaching this understanding of peace, and then we can go and join with the universal community, because we know there's no war in space, and anyone who would be so foolish to go out warring and going to dominate this corner of the universe, and that is just for cartoons. It makes good stories in the movies and in cartoons for the little kids, but in reality, that doesn't happen. All the souls are equal, and the stronger feeds the weaker. It doesn't take from the weaker. So continue to spread the GANS waters early and often, as much as you'd like, and coordinating this on Sunday. We're also continuing through our souls. Now we can work with our souls, and no one fails the test of elevating the negotiators, the world leaders, the religious leaders, the Kesh Foundation, and the team in Iran, and all the other teams, the two ladies who are in charge of the Kesh Foundation, the Universal Council. So we need to continue to practice this in your prayers and in your thoughts, to just give from your soul, and the souls will receive, and no one fails this test. So please continue on releasing GANS waters in the matter state, and also using your soul in the same manner to give to whoever needs to be given to. So thank you all, and hopefully you'll continue doing this. If, like I said, if you have some older jars that you've been saving for whatever reason, why not just release them into the environment? And this will create a balance of peace for all, from the world leaders to the police officers to your neighbors, and all along the way. Everyone gets elevated through this procedure. Very simple to do. Even children can do it. It's not harmful. It's made of all natural fields, so you're not polluting anything. You're not doing anything like that, but you're contributing to the elevation of the entire system on this planet. So thank you all for the work you're doing on Sundays and every day. I think it's Alex to possibly come in. Alex, sorry if you haven't fallen asleep. Would you like to share the teaching you were going to deliver last week?
Yes, certainly, Mark. Thank you very much. I just have to.
Yes, I can play the disclaimer for you if you'd like.
Yeah, that's fine. I just have to move my car is double parked.
Are you at the Daytona race today?
The Daytona space race.
Right. We're known as four-wheelers in the universe. We're still going around the track in a circle. they look at us and refer to us as four-wheelers, but they won't be laughing anymore because we're going to be moving into these new systems and realizing what our own creation can do. So let me play the disclaimer. And
You don't have any audio, Mark.
sorry about that. I was just saying how Mr. Kesh was full of joy, and what's going to be delivered this Tuesday is probably beyond what I think is going to be delivered. So there's many things coming, and this is the start of a new cycle. So please join us on this coming Tuesday for the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace. I'll play the disclaimer now. And as I said, maybe my mic was muted. Hopefully we'll get away from these disclaimers and this corona and take that name out of the North American team and move on as we should have been. But it was all meant to happen at the time and the place, and man needed to go through this process. And this is part of the elevation of the soul of the man.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now I'd like to welcome Alex for another beautiful teaching. The plasmas are very active up north, as I understand it, which is a very good thing. And they're bringing some peace and sanity and some contemplation for the rest of us to think about what's going on and what our responsibilities are. So thank you, Alex, for being here today. And hopefully you didn't need permission to join.
Thank you very much, Mark. Can you just give me 1 second? I have to reset the screen.
Sure. We're seeing your screen. We're
Yeah,
seeing your shared screen anyway.
Yeah, I just
Take
have
your
to,
time.
I just have to reset something, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, just yeah, 1 moment, please.
Yes. Is there anyone else who's just joined us recently? We were just giving a tribute or a memorial in a way to Victor Vicente Gasquat, who's made the transition into the new dimension. And if anyone wants to say anything or missed out on that part or like to send a message to Victor, please feel free while Alex is resetting his system. I thought Myrna's may have known Victor. I think she's in the country right next to Victor. I think I was just in a few meetings with him. But of course, the souls know each other.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Alex.
Sorry about that, flipping the screens
It's
back
okay.
and forth.
This is okay. There's no problem, and no one's going to be grading us. Yes, go ahead, Alenka.
Yes, I wanted to ask Alex to please slow a little bit so I can translate.
Will do.
Thank you.
I'll remind him if he forgets.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Alenka. I owe you a lot of gratitude for your work.
Oh, we have for your work.
Thank you. Okay, why am I? This keeps coming back. I don't understand. Someone is on the screen here.
Well, we're seeing the screen you're sharing. It has the picture of Mr. Cash and the flag and so on.
Okay. You know, every time Zoom updates, something changes. So anyway, I would like to continue, and I want to welcome everybody this afternoon. I think one of the things that's remarkable is how much the knowledge seekers have gained in knowledge, and you can clearly see by the contributions, not only are they welcome, but they are of a higher standard, and this is progress. So I'm just, this is a compliment to all the knowledge seekers here, because there's one thing for sure, you have all stuck it out, and this is what's needed: a consistency, a continuity, and a determination. And so I want to thank you very much for allowing me to continue to present, because this is as important for me as well, and my own personal development.
Right, and if I could, Alex, just to remind you and anyone else that the translator has to listen to what you say and then translate and then try to pick up the next sentence of where you started. So it's not that easy if you're speaking fast, as Alenka had said.
Thank you.
And you know that because you've taught and simulcasted many, but sometimes we forget, and I do as well.
Yes, and we just have to adapt. So this is part of the KFTV Spaceship Institute, and it's a broadcast to indicate where science meets the soul of man for peace. This is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. We are teaching plasma science. We are on the basic insight level. The subject today is witness. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is February 20th, 2022. This is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series.
And you're teaching on witness today, Alex?
Witness, yes, sir.
Okay.
So I just want to emphasize that although we are in the basic insights, this is a continuation of different stages of teaching, because I've tried to pattern this teaching for everyone, whether they are new or whether they are mature students. And so I've tried to set up a progression of basic terminology, understanding, knowing, and now insight, where we get to start to use all the knowledge that we have accumulated. And the subjects that I have been putting forward are complementary to the teachings of the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers Workshops. And we're all going through this phase. And as part of this basic insight, we did discuss beauty pageants and self-consumption. And we have a serious problem on the physicality, and that is being a witness. And the thing about being a witness is that you could be a witness, let's say, for someone signing a document. So you would be a witness to a signature. You could be a witness to an accident. You could be a witness to an event. Or you could be a witness to a crime. And there are complications that arrive from being such a witness. And in some cases, people don't like witnesses because witnesses witness the dirt that's swept under the carpet. So the reality that we're facing is that there's no carpet to sweep anything under, because everything that we do is witnessed by the universe. So we are talking about the physicality of being a witness and how that is an inhibitor to our progress. So let's begin. And we are on a countdown here. T minus 105 days, launched to the moon on June the 6th, 2022. And of course, we're on another countdown, T minus 48 hours to February 22nd, 2022. A very special day indeed. So stand by to witness greatness. As we've always said, when we try and link the source to the soul in outer space, we don't know if it's backwards. Does the soul link to the source, or the source link to the soul? Or is it upside down? And in many ways, although we know which way is down on this planet, our society in many ways is upside down. And how do we navigate through this? And so one of the nice things about witnessing what's going on here is to see the progression, to be part of it. On the other hand, to be witness to it can be very hurtful to the soul. How hurtful it is dependent on our decisions. So one of those decisions is to be a teacher. But a teacher sometimes has to become a student. And the student then can become a teacher. In either case, there's a following, and we have to follow a leader. And now we have to add another criteria, and that is we have to follow a moral leader. And there's reasons for that. So as we go into the uncharted skies, we find that we're getting out of balance a little bit. We're not sure what we can hear. we're actually not even sure what we're seeing is believable. We're trying to sort it out. And my God, seas are really getting rough. So I want to thank everybody for being here, because what we need to do is to tune in to the reality of the universe, turn on to its power, and drop out of our physical limitations. And so fundamentally, and I repeat because we changed the context. So the context is meaningful. So when we talk about the creation of the universe, it exists from energy. And energy is always in motion. And so therefore that energy is always positive. But we say that energy is positive or negative, which indicates a charge. So energy has a charge because it determines its motion. And when we have a convergence of energy, we call that a maggrav. And so on the cover of book number 1, we see the combination of the field forces coming together to create one field force. And this is part of the universal order of creation. And it is also the creation of matters. And then once we have a matter, it's not alone. There are always other matters. And so there's an interaction. And what we have learned in some of our teachings about the infinity loop. But how does that infinity loop work? And how does it work within a dimension? And how does it transcend dimensions? Basic rule, the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. This is completely backwards with respect to the way our society operates. In our society, we prey on the weaker. We don't feed the weaker. And so we have found an interesting situation in Ottawa, where for the past 3 weeks, the weaker, the hungry, the homeless have been fed by those who had higher strength. This is an anomaly. It's an anomaly in our physicality, but it's normal plasma rule. And this is how the universe works. And so we are witness to this. And in it, as we can see clearly, that there's a point of conflict. When two fields rotate in opposite directions, when they come in contact, that is a conflict point. And so the question becomes, what happens at that conflict point? And can that conflict point exist and continue to exist? Or does something have to change? And so we have many examples which teach us how this conflict resolution takes place. We are still having trouble understanding the attraction and repulsion of magnetical field forces. It doesn't get any simpler than this. It's a two-way street. But as you drive on a two-way street, you understand that you're driving from somewhere to somewhere. And so that point is a maggrav position. And that where you're going to is also a maggrav position. And so if we are increasing energy, we are giving. It's called magnetical giving. It's called emission. if we are increasing our energy and taking from another maggrav, that's called gravitational, that's called taking. And in the process of taking, that is absorption. So the description of natural creation or natural decay in some ways is unfortunate, because the natural creation is in both directions. But when we say natural decay, that means a reduction in field strength. So that is a scientific term. But we know as a scientific term that we have, as we drive on the street, sometimes we may accidentally run over an animal. And what we notice is that within 9 days, that animal disappears. So something happens to decay that physicality. And so that particular maggrav decays. But that energy that is within that maggrav, therefore, has to dissipate, has to go somewhere. It has to be emitted. And unfortunately, if we're too physically dependent, we can't see where it goes. So in the plasma science, we see where it goes. It goes as a PM tick. And so a PM tick is a product of the decay process. The PM tick is a maggrav. The PM tick is a maggrav of a different field strength. And there are different field strengths. So basic field strengths we call a neutron, electron, and a proton. And in basic science, we say a neutron has a mass, and it's almost equal to the combination of the electron and the proton mass. But we have to fudge the difference. And this is where physical science has fallen down. If we take into the account the mass of the PM tick, we're starting to balance the equation. And so that is the essence of energy in motion. It is always seeking a balance. So the balance is between a natural decay and a natural creation. But if something is created and it is created from something, then that something that it is created from is a natural decay. So regardless, if there's an elevation of energy or there's a reduction of energy as represented by the plasma field, in both cases, it is a natural decay that is transformed into a natural creation. So something is always something as opposed to something else. So in this case, if there is an increase in energy, then that it becomes a natural creation to a higher level. But if there's a decrease in energy, that becomes a natural creation to a lower level. And the difference between the higher level and the lower level is a bonding point, which science has not been really able to identify. And so we've had to fudge that also. So this bonding point is a fudge factor because it's invisible. But as science, and we always say, the conservation of energy means that if we look at the energy exchange from the top half of this picture versus the energy exchange from the bottom half of this picture, we see that there is an energy exchange from the neutron that exchanges with an electron and a proton. And that would be part of the creation. But if it's part of the decay, the same thing happens. A neutron will decay and exchange energy with an electron and also exchange energy with a proton. So how does it maintain the connection? So there is an exchange of energy between the two fields. And we haven't determined the direction of flow because we haven't determined the field strength. So if the higher field strength feeds the weaker field strength, in this case here, we don't know which one is which. So the possibility is that the higher neutron feeds to the lower electron-proton combination. But likewise, the lower neutron feeds to the higher electron-proton combination. And as this is a balance of fields, this becomes a maggraph. And if this is a maggraph, then technically it's in balance. And if it is in balance, there's no energy flow. However, we are not taking into account the release of the PM ticks. So therefore, in order for this to maintain its maggraph, because energy is always in motion, there has to be some way for the energy to come in, and there has to be some way for the energy to go out. And there has to be some way for the energy to be retained in the maggraph condition. So this is what's going on in the cups of life. And it becomes even more important now to focus on what is going on inside these cups of life. Because not only does it affect each and every one of us personally, but we become part of the community. And as knowledge seekers, at this point in time, we are in the minority. And we have been witness to the benefits of the cup of life. And we have been witness in our physicality. And that is a lower energy field. So witness that you have created a magnetical and a gravitational field in cup number 1. You have to witness that you can create other cups. You can see that there are differences in the field strength of these different cups. And depending on the purpose, if it is for our pandemic problem, keep the batches at least 1 meter apart, because that takes care of the majority part of the field strength. But there is a link between these two fields, and that link is not visible, but you know that it's there. You don't necessarily see it in the cups, but you can certainly sense it in how you personally feel. And in addition to this gift that we have with the cups of life, we not only have the emotional zinc and the physical copper, but we have the connection to our planet with the CO2 and the edification, the spine building, the bone building of the calcium, and the protein building of the amino acid. And of course, the currency of life on this planet, water. And again, the interaction is not visible. But again, this only takes into account 3 elements within this cup of life. And clearly there are more than 3 elements. So we find that when we put all the cups together, there's a cup of the soul, there's a cup of inertia, and there's a cup of the earth. And so fundamentally, the extremes are the cup of the soul and the cup of the earth. And everything else is in between. And where in between it is determined by field strength. And it is this field strength which determines its positioning. So the gravitational field strength is the strongest. The magnetical field strength is the weakest in a particular field. Overriding this is the soul. So in fact, the soul is the strongest. So within each cup, we have a magnetical gravitational field relationship. And overriding it within each cup is the soul. So the soul is consistent. The magnetical gravitational relationship is variable. And therefore, when you put all the cups together, because you are now including the magnetical gravitational relationship of each and every cup, you have now introduced multiple characteristics which create multiple variables. And this is, we call this the spice of life. And we know this is true because there are over 7 billion people on this planet, and each of us is different. And there are over 70 trillion cells in each body, and each cell is different. And so if a cell needs to be replaced, it's a good thing the cell from the toes don't go to the nose. It wouldn't look good, and it probably wouldn't smell good. But that's just a joke. What we're looking at is a dynamic transfer state that goes to a specific destination state. And so our body is continually taking target practice. But because of physical limitations, we are diminishing in energy. And that energy has to be supplemented by what we're doing on this planet, because that's all we knew. That's all we were allowed to know. And we were kept in a state of ignorance. So ignorance is really to be unaware. But ignorance is also to be aware, but be unwilling. That's really ignorant. It's hard enough when the bridge is out. You can't cross the bridge. But if the bridge is there, maybe you don't know how to cross the bridge. But if the bridge is there and you don't want to cross the bridge, that state of ignorance becomes a state of corruption. And so if we want to deal with that, we have to understand that the time has come to get dirty. And that doesn't mean to be dirty. That means clean up. Because the truth is coming. And so another state that we had was the United States of emergency. And that was the pandemic, which we have had for the last 2 years. And we've had mudslides and flooding and tornadoes. And then the worst thing of all, trucker convoys. But there's a light at the end of the tunnel. You see, we've come to another state, a state of embarrassment. And my point is this: the truckers have woken up. And I'm really glad. It's just taken 2 years. Because they have, during this pandemic, seen themselves as providers. They are the heroes that are providing our society with the essential services, essential products. But the truckers have discovered that it's a non-exclusive provider, because even the janitor in the hospital is providing for his family. He provides with a broom. He doesn't provide with a big rig, you know, that is $150,000 to $250,000. And as the truckers were faced with the same problem that the rest of us were, they found a surprise. They found a surprise in support. So what became a trucker's problem and what became for them victimization, they found that they were not exclusive victims. They discovered that, hey, the rest of us are also victims. And so they had a surprise in the support that they got. So the truckers' convoy became more than what it started out with. And then there was another surprise, a success surprise, when they realized that their schemes originally were too small. And as they gathered energy, the schemes started to enlarge. And then the surprise was that an unplanned goal was achieved. An unplanned scheme was fulfilled. And that scheme, again, non-exclusive. You can't participate in this universe exclusively. This universe is interdependent, not exclusive. And the reason the truckers were successful was because they chose freedom, love, and peace as the 3 watchwords. And speaking of watching, something has happened, and the whole world is watching. And so we've come into a state of sadness. And that state of sadness has shown undesired results. I'm broadcasting from Canada. We are now a rogue state. Parliament has been suspended. So in fact, we are lawless here. The confiscation of assets is part of the protocol. This is not new information. We have assumed this for the longest period of time through the history of the country, through the manifestations of our society. What is sad is that the opportunity to correct these flaws has been lost. And so our assumptions have been confirmed. They are no longer assumptions. And to add to the sadness, I wanted to add the passing and honoring the passing of Victor Vicente Gasquet to this presentation, because he was the embodiment of freedom, love, and peace. And my personal involvement with him, as many of you know, I have done classes in the Spanish community, or the Hispanic community, I'm sorry. And Victor was one of the key members who made this happen. And I'm really grateful. He was there for every one of the classes. The thing that I was disappointed with was that he was the lone member from Spain. The rest of the strong Hispanic community came from so many different countries. But he was basically a lone voice. And so in many ways, in my mind, I'm thinking it's possible that he got tired of carrying the load for Spain. But in another sense, this could be a omen that his mission has been accomplished. And my only sadness is that in another 48 hours, he might have crossed the finish line with us. But you know what? He has done his job as the best as he can. And I am personally grateful for his contribution to making the Hispanic community as strong as it is. It is a very, very powerful community. And we are all witness to that, as the Spanish or Hispanic community is part of the North American team. Very much so. But with this state of sadness, the whole world is a witness. And what does that mean? What does that do for us? So let's explore that. So this bond that we were talking about, this unseen energy that we were talking about, and we call it PMTICs. We can't see it, we can't measure it. So we have to fudge its strength. But we know that it's strong. And the truckers understand this. They call it radar love. Emotions from afar, coming from above. Driving all night. We are witnesses of time through the
Alex,
ages.
could you repeat, please, the last two sentences?
The truckers,
Los camioneros,
yes, they know
ellos
this
saben,
because they call it radar love.
porque le llaman amor de radar.
Should I mute your microphone, Alenka?
Oh, yes,
I'll do
I'm
it.
sorry.
No problem.
It comes from above. Driving all night. Hands wet on the wheel. So there's a connection that we have with time through the ages. And as we study our history, even though we were not there, we were witness. There's one thing that history does show is it shows the conduct of the past. The problem with the history is how truthful it is. And so as we witness the truth of the various histories around the world, we start to discern what is the real truth. So for instance, the major societies in the world all remember the flood. The story is the same, despite the fact that the language is different. So there must have been a flood. But we look at the history of some countries and it doesn't make sense. So we have to understand that the neighbor is a witness to this history. And the neighbor has his own history. So when we compare the history of the neighbor, we can determine the true story. And even then, there are other ways to connect, because what we're talking about, our history, is only what we see in our physicality. And so we become witnesses to yesterday. And we become witnesses to his story. But we are also witnesses to our own story. And we are witnesses to what's going on in the present. And so when we connect what we saw yesterday and we see what is happening today, we can in fact see what will happen in the future. And the truth about being the witness is when we go along to get along. And what does that mean? That means being a silent witness. Do we have to be a vocal witness in all cases? No. But we need to be a witness for our own benefit. Our own benefit is our moral maturity our own benefit is our own moral contribution. It's our own moral connection to the creation. I don't know which word is key, moral or creation. Take your pick. But, you know, we have media. And we have, in Canada, we have a public broadcast media. We pay for it. We also have a private broadcast media. Advertisers pay for that. There is a difference between the public and the private broadcast media. But what happens when in both cases, they both become propaganda broadcast media? So in other words, the media is a witness. But there's a conflict of interest. And so there's a tendency towards secrecy. And then there are agendas. So you create political parties. And sometimes political parties have conflict of philosophies. And today, regardless of which political party in Canada, they all go along to get along. And the reality is, there is nothing they can do about it. Last week was a Super Sunday of is taking part in other countries. So some in the US were having tailgate parties, but others were creating special events. And so the question becomes, which party were you a witness to? Where were you in history at that moment in time? And one of the reasons we like our sporting events is because they're competition. And at these sporting events, we always sing the national anthem of the teams involved. And that becomes an event. And so we were singing the national anthem in Ottawa at a non-sporting event. At the base of a monument to history. And none of us were old enough to be there. But we are witnesses to history because it is manifested physicality in the statue that you're seeing here. And we are all witnesses to what they went through. And we know that it was horrific. How would they feel if they were witness to what was going on today? This is where witnessing yesterday and witnessing today is are witnessing of what the future lies. Fundamentally, when two forces come together, they create another. The energy is abundant in the universe. The harvesting of this energy is self-enhancement. Each of us is a maggrav. Each of us has a balanced energy field. Each of us exchanges energy with the universe. And each of us exchanges energy with other plasma fields. When those plasma fields are other beings, whether they be vertical people or horizontal people, or the human kind of horizontal people like us, when we harvest that energy, that is called loosh harvesting. And loosh harvesting can be in two forms. One, I can steal energy from you. And two, you can steal energy from yourself. Interestingly, the byproduct of you stealing from yourself is self-consumption. And interestingly, the byproduct of stealing energy from someone else requires energy to maintain. So in the process of stealing energy at the expense of someone else is another kind of self-consumption. This is the essence of the exchange of plasma energy. And so we all say, well, we're looking for the greater oneness. And what does it mean to look for that greater oneness? So a maggrav is a unit, but that maggrav has a magnetical and a gravitational force field. So the actual exchange of energy is beyond the maggrav. It's the residue. The maggrav itself is a magnetical gravitational collection. And it exists through the attraction and repulsion of energy. The gravitational kind of energy is converged into the maggrav. The magnetical energy is diverged from the maggrav. We did not say which dimension. We did not say which range within the dimension. All we're saying is that each one of us has a free will, which is giving us the independence. And that independence makes us variable. And this is where we are each one. But each plasma field is interdependent on another plasma field because the plasma fields need to position themselves. So therefore, somehow, some way, each one has to reach one. And there's a limitation on how effective you are physically. So how do you get to move these big rigs? There has to be a driver. How do you get the driver to move the big rig? There has to be an emotional transformation. And what is the goal? And so what the truckers have found out is that as an independent variable, each one can interdepend itself with another trucker and reach one and connect to the population across the country emotionally. And we each teach one. And this is the embodiment of one nation, one planet, one universe. So the basic construct is an X and Y axis. The rotation is the transmission. The trucks run on wheels. These wheels are turning. And that's how they go from one place to another. The mission, the goal is the transition. You start somewhere and you finish somewhere. That's the transition. That's only 2 dimensions. So at some point, somewhere, there is a crossover point, because we find that the picture is incomplete. So we understand that when we have a mission, this is our target practice. But what instigates the mission? And so we find that there's an emotion. And this emotion is a co-creation. So the truckers were on a mission. And as they drove across the country, we watched and we witnessed and we shared our feelings. And these feelings transcended our physical and emotional fields. And we made a soul connection. Do you think that they understood that? Do you think those on the side of the road understood that? Did this energy transmutate into a different kind of field strength? We found truckers around the world were repositioning themselves. They were interacting dynamically with a dynamic plasma. And so they had reference points. And with these reference points, they established a relationship. And once you have this relationship, then you can determine which way does the energy flow. And how effective is it? That is determined by susceptibility. And will that energy increase? What we call synergy, where 1 and 1 is more than 2. only if there is a moral context. You cannot transcend the ranges without a moral context. That's a plasma rule. So when we're looking for verification and validation, what we see in the physicality is our point of existence. So we could say that the verification and validation is our physical manifestation. But there's a non-visible transmission. There's a non-visible transition. And there is a non-visible transmutation. This balancing of the energy fields is non-visible because there's no energy in motion. So in order to have this visibility, there has to be a confirmation. So if the confirmation is the destination, then what is the source? And so we can place limitations on that source. And when we choose to limit our source to our physical reality, then we have to steal, lie, cheat. But if we have a moral context, then we don't have to steal. We get what we need. We get what we need. And do you want confirmation? Every one of us has seen a hole in our gants. Where did that come from? How did that manifest physically? Who did that? Do you believe it? Or is there a soul in there? And if there's a soul in there, we know from our experience that the energy fields extend even beyond. And how far do they go? I don't know. How big is large? So what we do understand is points of conflict. So if points of conflict come together, the energy doesn't disappear. The energy has to deflect. So this is true in all cases, even in war. And we don't need to look far. Well, yeah, we do. If you look into outer space, you see that when two forces come together, they create a maggrav. But if that maggrav is either increasing or decreasing, in other words, that energy is coming or leaving, that this energy has to go somewhere. It has to keep coming. It's always in motion. You can't stop. You can't just grab onto it and delay. You have to keep it going. And this is where you create the different dimensions. So in our physicality, we like to resolve these energies through different competitions. So sports is one of the ways we do it. Business is another kind of competition, isn't it? Or how about a competition for bodybuilding? Someone who is overcompensated, someone who is overcommitted to bodybuilding. Or a beauty queen, someone who is overcommitted to beauty. Or dating as a competition. That's kind of strange. Or poker. How about poker? Who's the best liar? What kind of competition is that? And what is your reward? And of course, there's war. Are there really any winners in war? Well, there must be, because we have war. We have witnessed war throughout our history. So all of these competitions are actually kind of a conflict resolution. And so this is the limiting factor, where these conflict resolutions end up as killing, as jealousy, or kingship. These are all physical limitations to our moral growth, our moral maturity. And so we become preoccupied with superficiality. If you don't have the substance, then you have to sell the sizzle, right? If you don't have the steak, then you have to make a good-looking hamburger, right? And if you can't do what you need to do, then you fight it. So we call that anti-gravity, or we call it antimatter. The success of this convoy stemmed from the fact that they did something somehow that was extremely positive, pro-freedom. They were pro-freedom. How many of us go through life saying, I don't want to do that. I don't know what I want, but I don't want that. And why is that? Because that's the choice that's presented. So you lose your creativity. What are my choices? Well, my choice is A, B, C, or D, all of the above. Who decided on those choices? Are you sure there's no E or F? So when you're looking at the various choices and introducing a new choice, pro-freedom, guess what happened? Guess what happened? We had a matter-gen state of plasma energy. You couldn't touch it, you couldn't see it. But boy, oh boy, could you ever feel it. And the tears were rolling. The convoy was rolling, the tears were rolling. That's right. So the emotional state affected the physical state. And we were transcending between the two states all the time. Were the people aware? So when we look at our objectives, we need to practice. We need to practice hitting the target. Well, obviously, one of the ways is to hit the bullseye or set up a goal, and we can keep score, or we can have opinions and just judge things, or we can fake it and just deflect the attention, or one of the things we could do is just wake up to the reality. And the reason is because our reality seems to be suspended in our physicality. So most of us can go through life and maybe we ask the question, how did we get here? Or where do we go from here? And when we can't get the answer, we just occupy ourselves with something else. So we kind of go through life without answering that question. So we become, in fact, self-consumed. Because if we can't see it, we don't recognize it. But the fact of the matter is that we can send balls of energy to others. And when we do that, that causes us to be consumed. So we can do this mentally, and because that requires an energy, then that diminishes our physical energy. We can likewise receive this energy mentally, and we can absorb it. So you as a star athlete is adored by the public. So you absorb that energy. You as an abused spouse take all this abuse and absorb it. And you get to be sick. The physical manifestation is an illness. So this energy, we can become self-consumed by giving it, as in leaking like water leaking out of a tap. Or we can become self-consumed by absorbing this energy from a conditioned giver, a conditioned provider. Remember, the universe is unconditional. So when we give an idea, let's say we give an idea like a tumbleweed. We don't just give it out to one. We broadcast. And we cannot force someone to accept that idea. We can only give that idea. That is the plasma interaction. The receiver has the option to absorb it or to create a barrier. So that is on the receiver. So if a giver of an idea combines with a receiver of an idea, then the two share the idea. So sometimes we say we like to bounce the ideas around. So one gives an idea, I don't quite like that. The other gives an idea as an alternative, I don't quite like that. So as you keep bouncing these ideas, you try and find a common denominator. And so this is what happens. This is how you make a connection. So one of the ways you make a connection is when the higher energy feeds to the lower energy. Maybe someone is more forceful, they give an order. So they would give that energy. But if the two plasmas are equal, then they have to share the energy. So they become part of the team, right? So despite the fact that they are individual, they work together on common ground. But you're only looking at the two dimensions because we're missing something. Energy is always in motion. So there's energy coming in and energy going out. So despite the fact that any two of these make a connection, all of them together are making a connection, but all of them together are carrying energy. It comes in, goes around, and goes out. And from the point where it comes in, when you drop a stone in the water, it has a ripple effect in the water. And there's a small circle in the middle where the stone drops. And as the waves go out, the circle gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So each connection then therefore also has a different field strength. To maintain this field strength, each connection has to have a magnetical and a gravitational force field. Because first of all, there has to be a connection. That's the maggrav. Then the energy has to come in, right? So when it comes in, that's gravitational. And when it goes out, that's magnetical. So the collective of this entire picture is a maggrav. And that each individual component is a maggrav. And the interaction of each individual component with another is also a maggrav. And how strong this connection is determines the strength of the flow and determines also the direction of the flow. So things can change. And now we know what contiguous means. So there may not be a shoulder-to-shoulder connection. So between Hawaii and the United States is a lot of water. Between Alaska and the United States is Canada. So Hawaii and Alaska are part of the United States. And so there is no direct connection, but there is a contiguous connection. So we can see in physicality that there are contiguous connections. And plasma works that way. But, we seem to think what we call garbage in, garbage out. So in other words, when we have this connection, one tumbleweed can come in and one tumbleweed can go out. That's assuming that there's no other connection. That's assuming that there are no other plasma fields. It is also assuming that the garbage that came in is the garbage that goes out. Not only. There are other factors. There are other connections. There are other things at play. And the determination of if these things are factors is determined by the plasma, if it interacts or if it creates a barrier. If this is true in physicality, if this is true with the peace stone, then this must be true with the rest of the universe. And because there is no direct connection, then this connection with the universe is a contiguous connection. And because of this contiguous connection, it feeds us knowledge. And how we manifest this knowledge is determined by our awareness. So we can see how these independent truckers come together as a convoy. The convoy is a continuous connection, but there are no chains between the trucks. Each truck is independent. But all of these trucks are interdependent. And all of these trucks are connected through a contiguous connection. How self-consuming is it? That's the question. So let's look at what happens. Space energy goes through various paths. So we start with the PM ticks. They come in, go around, or just pass on through. That's how we can maintain a field, any field, whether it is an electron, whether it is the Earth, or whether it is the sun. If this field force is gravitational, then the energy comes in. And as that gravitational field gets stronger, more energy comes in. Right? If the field was weaker and the energy came in, when the field gets stronger, more energy has to still come in. Nothing has changed except the strength of the binding attraction. And when you have this binding attraction, then you have a creation of physicality. How do you know this? When you look at the periodic table of elements, you find that the mass of each element becomes stronger. It becomes more binding. It becomes more physical. So when you bring in more and more energy, it keeps coming gravitationally. Now, what happens if you're elevating? Well, now there's an excess of energy and it goes out. And if this energy goes out, it sets up a condition where more energy will come in. I thought we said binding was more energy coming in. Binding is more energy coming in and being retained physically. Elevating energy paths have more energy coming in because more energy is going out. And it doesn't discriminate. It goes out in different places. It's broadcast all over. So the creation of the magrav is the binding of energy. The maintenance of the magrav can be binding or elevating. So if one is sharing ideas and multiple are accepting the ideas, they all become witnesses. So what comes into question? What is the nature of the idea? So if it is a self-serving idea, then it hardens to physicality. And if it is stealing energy from others, then it also hardens the emotionality. And if you are the instigator of this binding process, that's your problem. If you are the witness to this, now you have a problem. Are you cooperating? Are you a co-conspirator? Are you complicit? You are the witness. So someone swept the problem under the carpet and you seen them do it. You can just, get along by going along, or you become the witness. You have to do something. In our society, this becomes a very difficult thing because of the physical limitations that we have put on our morality. These are our soul limitations. When you violate universal laws, the only way that you can do this is to disconnect from the soul. So we have a choice. We can connect physically to physical things, we can connect emotionally to emotional things, or we can connect physically to emotional things. And then obviously there's a fourth choice. You can connect emotionally to physical things. In all of these cases, it is possible to do this without connecting to the soul. So if we say that the going along and getting along is within the range of being born to when we die, then that becomes our emotion of presence. And our emotion of presence is based on the emotion of the past and our witness. If our witness accepts the emotion of the past and manifests itself into the emotion of the presence, that will create the emotion of the future. And so what we have there is a certain kind of inertia. And that inertia is based on witnessing a crime. So as far as the universe is concerned, the universe will set up a barrier. The universe will morally not allow itself to be a coexistent witness. So if you are in a self-serving mode, stealing energy from others, from a universal standpoint, you will become very lonely. And this loneliness will breed a certain kind of mistrust. The universe doesn't operate that way. The universe operates on trust. And what we need to do is to become aware that we have to trust in the moral witnessing of our activity. Because the immoral activity is not only limiting our presence on this planet, but is limiting our presence in the universe. And not only, but it is limiting our soul. Because the energy that we're drawing is the energy that we're stealing. And whether we are the instigator of the crime or the witness to the crime, it's the same thing. So we have to learn how to navigate. We have to change your point of view. We have to learn some skills. We have to understand the power of our soul and its position. We have to change our schemes where, yeah, you know what? We lost our income. We lost our ability to be providers in the physical plane of this planet. But that's not how the universe works. And so this is where we have achieved the success, because now what we've done is we have become witnesses to the confirmation of our assumption. You see, The ignorant cannot be insulted, cannot be embarrassed. So the soul knows. The soul carries the energy, and it exchanges the energy with the rest of the universe. And the subject is more complex than that, because each of us has our own flavor and our field strength. And so to understand how energy is exchanged, 1 + 1 is more than 2. And so there is a soul sequencing. So we have to understand there's a soul of the sun. There's a soul of the earth. And we, as a man, we have a soul. Once that soul is in this field, then that soul will interact with the soul of the earth. And now we get a chance to attract the soul of the body. And so when we have the soul of the body interacting with the soul of the earth, now we manifest into physicality. And is physicality a sin? Well, some people, when they discuss this from a spiritual standpoint, say yes. But now we can say scientifically that this has to do with the conservation of magnetic fields. In either case, there's a relationship. And in either case, there's a seeking of a balance. And this balance in either case is a balance of the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So when you take these two sciences, the science of physics and the science of spirituality, and you bring them together, and you add the plasma science to the knowledge, now you understand manifestation. And so whichever field that you're creating, when two fields come together, that is a manifestation. And it's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So we find there's a plasmatic reality and a physical reality. But whichever reality is achieved, that is the form artifact of the manifestation. So the instigator for the form artifact is the emotion of presence. The emotion of presence is a form artifact of the energy in motion. The physical reality is the witness of the emotion of presence. Flippantly, we say we want to get back to normal. That's not going to happen. The majority is what's normal. And the majority seek freedom and emancipation. The universe is the majority, and the universe is normal. It's the earth that seeks freedom and emancipation. And we have now become aware, and the opportunity is there. The vision enhancement unit is there to soothe the pain of the witness. We cannot choose what we witness. We can choose how we navigate. Understand that the plasma is a kind of energy state. There are different energy states. They are all important. And this is what's important today. To understand how we go from PM ticks to field interaction. All of these different field strengths in the transition. Each field strength being a transmission level. The movement from field to field being a transition. The manifestation being a transmutation. So it's not that it's man-made, that's the problem. It's man's role in what is made is the problem. Are we the instigator of the crime? Are we the witness to the crime? Same thing. Can we change? If we understand that the energy binding causes us to be witness to self-consumption. So when we witness this self-consumption at the expense of others, we become part of the abuse. We become party to the loosh harvesting. We become dysfunctional from the morality of the universe. And as we stand at the gates of hell, we have to understand that the burden is eternal. The universe functions with ethics because the universe is a creator. The universe is a giver. And when you become a universal functionary, you also become a giver. And that giving has to be unconditional. And it's not something that you do on Sunday or on Wednesday at 3 o'clock. It's something that is eternal. You do it all the time. The peace dome is manifest throughout the universe. But there's an emotional transformation problem on this planet. And it comes down to the point where we don't understand the difference between the precursor of the plasma and the post-amino acid state, which is the physical manifestation. So now that we've become aware, at what point does it change? Each of us will come to that point. Each of us will cross that bridge of knowing, because knowing is not enough. Connecting is not enough. Crossing the bridge, that gets you going from here to there. And with the plasma science, we have more options. because now we can better understand how the universe really works, and that we are part of that. And we are now witnesses to that. And this is a very, very good thing. And as they said to the police yesterday, when you talk to your grandchildren, tell them on which side of history you are on when you witnessed the change. The change is where we now know we are operating in an Earth space, and we can do this physically, or we can do this in a plasmagen state. But there is an outer space. So if there's an Earth space and an outer space, then there is an in-between space, the inner space. And so when we all want to be champions, the champions are a conflict resolution. And in that conflict resolution, there's a filtering process. And so we judge which is the champion. And morality is not part of that. Morality is missing when we discuss this kind of conflict resolution. And in 48 hours, we will have a different kind of conflict resolution. Not a conflict of killing, but a conflict of fulfilling our dreams and beyond our dreams by increasing our schemes. And understanding that there is a difference between the relationship of our physicality and inner space, and the difference between our physicality and outer space, and that we can transcend different field strengths. And they don't have to be directly connected. They can be contiguous, which is why the Universal Council is not earthbound. If it was the Universal Council, then it would be the Earth Council. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, teaching on plasma science. We're calling all Earth patriots, both near and far. There's a World Peace Treaty. Sign it. Sign it with a pen. Sign it with your heart. Sign it with your soul. We're all going through a physical and emotional transformation. And we are all in a position here, right now, to go and be moral witnesses to a moral change. And this is how we understand the universal language of freedom, by gaining more and more insight. And as we gain more and more insight, the universe will provide. That's why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Welcome to the outer space age. Thank you all for listening and translating and all the work in the background. This is the end of the lesson. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex, for another wonderful presentation. Spot on, I would say. Alenka, how did he do with the slowness or quickness of it? I think he did rather well today. It stretched out the presentation a bit, but I think he's right on there. Okay, we'll take that as a yes. And let's give Alex a minute to warm his tea, catch his breath, warm his toes, check a few things. And while we're waiting for Alex, hopefully everyone has written down one question or has an idea. I have a couple questions I think we can ask, but by the looks of it, I don't see anyone here for the first time. If there is anyone here for the first time, would you announce yourself, maybe your first name and where you're from? Okay, I think everyone has been here once, at least once before, and so many people have been here many times. And it's the souls who are bringing us together. As they know, there's more work that we're going to be doing in the very near future connected with the Keshe Foundation. And I think our energies would be used better there than maybe making a widget or a meal for someone, but one never knows. We all serve in different ways. And of course, we have to keep the bills paid or what have you. But they'll hopefully in the near future, as we start to move into this technology, there'll be less bills and less of that for all of us. It affects the energy, the health, the agriculture, and of course, space. Alex, I was going to ask you about PM ticks. I think I know what it is. And can PM ticks be given off as well as absorbed by a plasma? And
Definitely.
These are sort of fields or rays that would come off a plasma or would enter a plasma. Would we call that? And maybe you can just, I couldn't even pronounce it in the beginning, or I didn't know how. Plasmatic magnetic fields, PM ticks. And of course, when we say plasmatic magnetic, that magnetic contains the gravitational and the magnetical field. Is that correct?
Well, that's the big difference, you see. When we look at the conventional science, they were looking at the direction of flow as being a one-way street. And, you know, in the plasma science, it's a two-way street. So if it's a two-way street, that energy has to come from somewhere. So whatever it is has to have that balance, right? So the key to this whole understanding is to understand that the energy cannot be stopped. And we know this in our physicality because we keep producing batteries and batteries discharge. So we are unable to create a, well, you have a container that can hold water and water flows. So we try and relate electricity to water, but we cannot contain electricity. So the problem is that we don't have a source. In order to maintain that source, you have to have both the magnetical and the gravitational. Why? Because the maggrav cannot be stationary. It has to keep moving. So if the energy is going to stay within the maggrav, then it has to rotate. Then if the energy is going to sustain that maggrav, energy has to come in. Well, if that energy comes in, then either this magravity is going to grow in size, or it is going to give off energy. So you and I are magravs. And so we absorb energy and we give off energy. Depending on the kind of energy that we absorb affects our physical manifestation.
So when I first came to the foundation, I thought that a magrav condition was a balance condition, but that's not correct whatsoever. Is it?
No, but magrav is 100%, it's a balanced condition.
Yeah, but if the sun is a magrav, the earth is a magrav, you're a magrav, are we all in balance? I thought if we were in balance and there was no movement of fields, then nothing would be created. If everything was in a magrav or a balanced condition, would there be no interaction of fields or rays?
Well, exactly. So this is why the science is having problems, because they become either a participant or an observer. Well, if you're going to be an observer in the universe, you have to be in the universe. If you're not in the universe, where are you?
Yes, even though we're on the planet, we are in the universe, aren't we?
Right. Yes, yes. So this is the fallacy of the science, right? So this is when this fallacy becomes pointed out, and you know, most of us are asking this question for years. You know, why is it not resolved? Oh, well, we don't know. We have all these theories, you know, we have big bangs and strings and, you know, worms and stuff like that. And they're all theories. And none of them, you only need to disprove it once. You disprove it once, it's no longer a theory. Okay, that's the key. So the plasma science has not been disproved at all.
So how about the difference between, and for some who may not want to ask, the plasmatic magnetic gravitational fields and the electromagnetic gravitational fields? Do you want to
Okay,
highlight
well,
that for a moment? Just so people could see the difference? I think I understand the difference where the plasma, we're working with the fields of the atom, and the other way, we're vibrating electrons in the matter state, so to speak.
That's correct. That's correct. So if you look into outer space, science has said there's nothing there. Right? It's the big nothing, big nothingness. And you know, this was like, for me personally, this was always a problem, you know. I didn't understand it, and because I was not a scientist, I didn't dare question it, right? So we feel unqualified to question it. But so science could actually get away with putting a hypothesis together that didn't make any sense at all. You know, let me just give you one common example. You know, they say, oh, well, it's the, you know, it took years to discover the wheel. Really? All you have to do is fall down the side of the mountain once. And as you roll down the hill, you will realize that you could walk down the mountain or roll down the mountain. You invented the wheel right then and there. And it only took, you know, a few seconds. So we seem to keep saying, oh, you know, this is what our history is, or this is how long it took. And now what we're realizing in the plasma science wait a second, you can make a cup of life in 30 minutes. Mr. Kesh has made a video of that. Oh, so maybe it would take an hour, or maybe it'd take a day, whatever. It's not going to take 2,000 years. So, but the thing is, we didn't know what it was. So it would be like going to a, let's say, someone in a time machine that is, you know, from living off the land, and they don't even have electricity, and then you give them a computer. Whoa, what are they going to do with the computer? They may use it to, you know, prop up a table. You know, oh, my table's not level. I'll just stick the computer under the leg here, and now my table will be level. So you've got the computer, but you don't know what it is. And now as I look around, I have been creating GANs all my life. I just didn't know it was GANs.
And you've been converting as well matter into Ganses.
Exactly. Right? So now, as we become aware, and one thing leads to another. Well, if this, then that, and if this, then that. So you, one by one, and you've been following my classes, what I've tried to do is one by one, get rid of a lot of these misconceptions. And these misconceptions are well entrenched. And this is where our problem is. We are not confident enough to challenge these, what I'm going to call lack of understandings, right? Because someone said years ago, well, this is the way it is. Okay, how about this? He who has the most toys at the end wins. Wins what? And if he had no toys when he was born, and he can't take the toys when he died, what's the purpose of accumulating all of these toys in between? He wins. Well, good. You know, go down to the trophy shop and buy him a trophy and, you know, put it on his headstone.
And it's the same with nanocoding, isn't it? We've been nanocoding all of our lives, except we didn't know we were nanocoding things. We were opening up atomic structures. When man discovered fire, he started using it to open up the atomic structure of the foods, but he didn't really know what he was doing.
Yeah, so let's look at an observation here. You take a wooden match and you burn it. You know that the match like shrivels up, right? And so there's a destruction there. But if you take a forest and you burn it down, the growth, the regrowth of that forest is much more rapid. So if it's destruction, how come it's beneficial to the growth rate of the forest? So what you have to do is come to the belief and the trust that if God created the universe, then nothing that he created was bad. Because let's put it this way, someone created a car. Would you say a car is good or a car is bad? Well, if you get in the car and you go from here to the grocery store and buy groceries and then carry the groceries back home, you'd say the car is good. But if you run someone over, then you say, oh, well, the car is bad. So what you have here is an abdication of responsibility. Oh, no, I was the driver. And, you know, the car was good because I was the driver to pick up the groceries, but I was the driver and I ran someone over. It's the car's fault. That's not the way it works. You have the responsibility. You're the driver. So whether it's good or bad is not dependent on the manufacturer of the car, it's dependent on the driver. And what is, let's put it this way, there is an ethics in terms of the manufacturing. So, you know, we can see this with light bulbs, for instance. There are, let's put it this way, some manufacturing goes into building in obsolescence, right? Because they're afraid of losing their job. So by creating a market demand artificially. So this is a conditioned exchange. You create something, actually, Lotus was absolutely famous for this. In the racing cars, the cars would be as light as possible,
Right.
so that they could race. And if the race was 100 miles, the car would break down at 102 miles, and they would calculate this down to the, you know, to the mile. And if for some reason the race was extended, then the car would break down before it crossed the finish line. And, you know, that was kind of a comedy. But this was the advantage that they had. So this was a conditioned type of thing. Then there are others who build things and they last for years, such as the, what about the Roman causeways? You know, they have been around for years, 2,000 years, maybe even more. I don't know, long time. And yet we have, I was working with one construction crew there, and they were building a bridge, and that bridge had a 10-year life expectancy. Can you imagine? Where's the ethics? Where's the responsibility? So it becomes a make work project, right? We don't need make work projects. We have too much work as it is. One of the reasons we're going to have this explosion of employment is because we have made such a wholesale mess of this planet. I mean, take a look at some of the aerial photographs of northern Canada, and you can see the scars. And this is possible because mining companies have been enjoying a special privilege. They could make an environmental mess without the obligation to clean it up. I don't know about you, but when I was a young boy, if I made a mess of my room, I had to clean it up. But, you know, everybody's got their own ways, right? So what is the end product? We have what we have, and we deserve what we have. And we see things, we are witness to things that are not functioning properly, and there's not much we can do about it. Well, that is changing. We are becoming empowered. We are starting to tap into the energy of the universe. And the energy of the universe is abundant. It is unconditional. You provide the pattern, you get the energy. Did I say physical pattern? Did I say plasmatic pattern? No, you just provide the pattern, you get the energy. So if you only depend on energy that you receive from its physical manifestation, you are not only seeing half the picture, you're probably seeing less than 1% of the picture. So we are on the verge of a very, very exciting journey, because the rest of it is all going to open up. And, you know, for a lot of people, they have trepidation because they are going to be firmly planted in midair, and they won't know if they're backwards or upside down. And that's unnerving. But one thing for sure, the limitations of their existence between being born and dying has now been extended to being before being born and after dying. So now, don't you feel better knowing that after you die, that you can manifest into another reality? And wouldn't it be better if that reality that you manifest into was more than what you came with? The more being, more energy, more capability, more knowledge, more awareness, more universal made functionality, as opposed to man-made money functionality or man-made toys functionality. You can't take the money or the toys with you, but you can take the universal energy with you. And that is because of the nature of the PM ticks. As you travel, you go through gradients. You pick up one, and in order to pick up one, you have to drop one. And that's how you move.
I'm trying to think of a question with these drivers up in Canada and everything, how they've created so many emotions and we're linked to it. But if we didn't see the pictures, our soul would know, but would we have the same or similar emotions? I'm just trying to, they've created a lot of emotions. We know that emotions are energy in motion or like a field force. But I'm trying to think of a question related to the emotions that they've created. And we know they've touched the people in Canada as well as each other. But would we know about it if we didn't see any pictures? The souls would know. But would it have the same interaction with us? Or is there something about seeing it with the eyes that sort of solidifies or?
Well, of course, Mark, because this is how we navigate through our physicality, isn't it? We are over dependent on our physicality. That's why you have beauty contests and bodybuilding contests, right? So the confirmation visually is a physical confirmation. But the thing is, just because it's capable for you to see it, doesn't mean that you see it. In other words, if the TV is not on, does that mean the show doesn't go?
Yeah, I'm sure there's more than what I get a glimpse of on the television or on the internet, for sure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that just because you don't turn on the TV doesn't mean it's not there. You know?
Oh, agree.
To you, when you turn on the TV, oh, there it is. Okay, good. Well, thank you very much, broadcast station, for being, attuned to my tuning in. Thank you for broadcasting at the same time when I tune in. It would be kind of inconvenient if you weren't broadcasting when I tuned in, because then when I tune in, I wouldn't hear anything, right? So the broadcaster broadcasts all the time. The tuner tunes in whenever he wants to. But if you don't tune in, then, how do you listen to it? But what causes you to tune in? That's the question you're asking, isn't it? So you come to an event and you say, hey, you know what? I was there. You were there. So what? I wasn't there. What difference does it make? Well, what difference does it make is it because I was a witness to yesterday and I see the manifestation today. And now I understand what the consequences are. Will I continue? If I continue without changing, then I become a co-conspirator, an accomplice. And you say, well, the problem is too big for me. And it is true. How many times have I heard, oh, you understand we're in North America. So you say, oh, well, the problems that are happening in the, Middle East or in Asia or whatever, it doesn't affect us. Well, it does now. It absolutely does. So when you see the people crossing the bridge in Canada, and you see the bridge crossing you see the people.
I think Alenka opened her mic to tell us we're going along too fast, or maybe it just got opened inadvertently.
You see the people crossing the bridge in Canada, and then you see the people crossing the bridge in Canberra, Australia. A million people didn't even make the news. Okay, so the news, the media, is a witness, but they're not reporting. So as a witness, they are not reporting the news, they are making the news. If they are making the news and they are a witness to the news, then they are a co-conspirator. It's automatic. You see what I'm saying? They become complicit in the crime.
Paulo, you have your mic open. Would you like to say something? Or I'll mute it for you. Paulo? Okay. Let me mute that.
So what can you do about your situation? There are now, if you enlist the services of the Universal Field Forces, this is what you know. One field change, one elevation is an order of magnitude. So, my friends like to go to the racetrack, and they would take their vehicles, which they could do, 100 kilometers an hour on the street. They'd go to the racetrack and they'd be going 200 kilometers an hour. Well, that's double. Imagine if they could go one order of magnitude. They'd be going 1,000 kilometers an hour. So someone comes to you and says, oh, you know what? My car can go twice as fast as your car. Isn't that impressive? No, sorry. My car can go 10 times faster. That's impressive. And if we work on that, then we can go 2 orders of magnitude. What is that? That's 10 times 10. That's 100 times. That's impressive. So what are you impressed about? What are you impressed about?
Well, I'm impressed that they created a lot of emotions, and apparently it's reaching out. These fields are going out because their intentions are so strong. And Mr. Kesh has been saying in the last couple of workshops, this is the reason I concentrated on emotions.
But so what I'm saying is that the emotion is an order of magnitude stronger than the physicality.
Oh, yeah, many magnitudes, yeah.
Yeah. So now there is the plasma science in action. These truck convoys are plasma science in action. Imagine if they could catch on to that. Imagine if they became aware of that.
Great point. Yes.
Imagine if, KFTV was a little bit more dynamic, especially, well, it doesn't matter which country. You know how many streamers, YouTube streamers are on the street. There's dozens of them that keep bumping into each other. You can see the picture of one YouTube streamer on another guy's stream. It's the funniest thing. And then they run a split screen and they show each other talking to each other.
You
It's
stream me
marvelous.
and I stream you.
Yeah, okay. And there's no commentary. They are witness to an event. And they could be doing anything else, but they're doing this. Why? Because this is an important event. And has this an event like this, of this significance, happened before? Yes, it has. His daddy invoked the War Measures Act in the 1970s. Okay, so there's a precedent. The difference is, in this case, our rights as individuals has been obliterated. There is no legal standing. So those who are on the street as witnesses know this. But they have done a very, very smart thing. And that is they have endorsed freedom, love, and peace. So what started out as, hey, you took my livelihood away, became oh, we want to free the country. And no, we don't want to go back to normal. We have never been normal. Normal is when we unite with the universal community. That's normal.
Great. Well, I'm giving from my soul to all parties involved, that there can be a great, beautiful resolution, whether it comes today or tomorrow or next week, whatever. I think these forces are in action. The fields have been created and the fields are moving and affecting.
Well, there
the
is
others.
a resolution. There is a resolution, because the peaceful demonstration as a apparent conflict has been resolved with violence, which means that the hand has been opened up. How many times did Mr. Kesh talk about the 5+1 where they opened up the hands? Well, the hand has been played. We now know the rules of engagement. The rules of engagement are that there are no rules. We don't have a parliament. We don't have standing, and they're confiscating assets. So what does that tell you? Are we going to go back to normal? You mean to have the possibility of that happening again? Do you have the trust in that? I think the trust is broken. The society is broken. And isn't it ironic that this is happening 72 hours before Tuesday?
Yes, yes. No coincidences.
I think we could take the Canadian Universal Enhancement Fleet and just maybe spray Ottawa with some GANs.
Well, I agree with you totally. That would have been marvelous. So now, how do we connect with these organizers? I think Dean was saying in the at the beginning of today's program.
Yes.
That he went in with a T-shirt and he Well, what would happen if we changed the dynamics there and increase that by an order of magnitude?
And again, translate that into working with your own reactor with your soul and your GANs that's within you. And if all those drivers had that understanding, it might make a difference. I think it would.
Well, of course it would. And these drivers now are having an existential crisis. The reason they came was because they're out of work and they have to pay for their rigs. So if their rigs sit in the driveway and rust, or they sit in Ottawa and rust, same difference.
Or they sit in quarantine for 2 weeks while they can't drive.
Same difference.
The next thing I heard of was they're going to be doing a worldwide strike starting on Monday. So everybody stay home, don't go to work for a week. That's what I was hearing.
Yep, that's one of the ideas that is going forward. But, you know, again, this is a physical answer. And we now, as knowledge seekers, know the power of the plasma reactors. And what we really need to do is each of us individually have to work out a plan to be able to contribute in our own way, within our own capabilities. And these plasma fields will link up contiguously through the plasma dome. It will happen. So we have 9 universal enhancement units and 12 more coming this week. That'll be 21.
And it would be nice, as Mr. Kesh said, give me an hour a day for 7 days and I'll change your nation. It would be
Exactly.
beautiful to see Mr. Kesh on the Canadian television for 1 hour a day for 7 days. And I think the entire nation will change.
Those units are coming to Canada, Alex?
No, none are coming
Arizona.
to Canada.
Oh,
Arizona. Well, no, they are coming to Iran, US, and Austria.
right. Okay. Thank you.
And then more as the days and weeks, months go by.
Yeah, well, they're queuing up, right? Because you understand jealousy, right? So, you know, you have a universal enhancement unit. Well, I want one too.
And of course, the star formations in the fields and the interaction of these units together, no matter where they are on the world, is going to start to create these fields of enhancement for everyone, I think. Plus the universal community and the fields from the universe coming in to change our understanding.
Yeah, and the Brazilian team has proven that over and over.
Yes, Mr. Kesh said how beautiful it was to see the work that's going on in Brazil every week when Raphael does his report.
Well, this is going to happen in all the other countries as well. This is why I'm saying you can't go back. You know, Schrodinger's cat is out of the bag. All right, you're never going to put that cat back in the bag. So you're going to have to deal with it.
Would someone else like to ask a question, perhaps? And don't think your question is silly or at a lower level. I think any question that's related to the science and the foundation, emotions, the soul, Alex is prepared to answer.
I was wondering what the best GANs mixture is for agriculture.
I think it's proprietary, Mr. Kesh. At this point, it's only shared between the governments. I know they've documented it, he said, but it wasn't available to the public. I mean, we've seen some of the independent farmers in China and so on do some work and have fantastic results. Gianni and others. I've just used CO2 and Cup of Life 1, but the actual real formula, I think, is at this point, well, a couple of years ago, he said it was proprietary and the studies would only be shared intergovernmentally at this time. But you can do quite well just figuring it out on your own. There are some Ganses in the store as well for plant enhancement, and that may be a proprietary formula, not sure.
Thank you, Mark.
There is a point I'd like to add. The whole purpose of the plasma is to set up an energy field. And then that's your pattern. So from that pattern, you can give and take energy. The mistake a lot of people make is we are conditioned to pill popping. In other words, I have a problem, give me a pill to solve that problem. And so they're using the GANs, if you will, as a relief for a problem. They are not using it as a way of life. And I've seen this so many times. We've all produced plasma water, and you give it to someone and say, okay, well, my problem has been resolved. Thank you very much. Now I don't need the plasma water. Well, you know, why not? You know, what did you stop living? So that's the point. You're using it as a remedy. You're not using it as a way of life. So if you understand that, and if you understand that you are plasma inside, so what are you feeding? If you take something from plasma, convert it to physicality, and then digest that, which is converting it back to plasma, you're a make work project. But if you take the plasma energy and you absorb that, then you're taking a direct connection. So once you start to become aware of that, and as we increase our knowledge, then we understand how to go through this transformation. And this transformation is right now in front of us, where we are getting only, it's estimated 80% of our energy from the universe. And we are supplementing it with our physical energy, which is of a lower order of energy, lower order of magnitude. And if we supplement that with the plasma energy, which is a higher order of magnitude, then we will have plasma energy supplementation from the universe and from our plasma reactors. So some of us will just go direct. And this is a concept that I have not been aware of. I've only been recently aware of it, just like all of you. And so I have to absorb that. I have to understand that better. My being has to accept that and react to it better. So it's like, you know, it's gee whiz, you come from the tropics and you go to the snow-covered country, you have to put on a winter coat. You cannot change that rapidly because you're in the physical manifestation. So the physical solution is a slow solution for a slow energy transfer. But if we go into the plasma state, then we can speed that up by an order of magnitude. This is what's so cool. So we are all, you know, habitual creatures. So, you know, we have our comfort zones and we don't like being taken out of our comfort zone. Well, the pandemic dividend has been that we have all been taken out of our comfort zone. And we have seen that a system, a social system that we have set up to, shall we say, mitigate the fallout from these type of effects, detrimental effects, is not there, has been missing in action, or has in fact been counterproductive. So in other words, it's not just that, you know, we have a pandemic, but you're locked down. You've lost your business. You know, you can't go here, you can't go there. Well, you know, wait a second, we started with pandemic and now, you know, we've gone to this other extreme. And so, you know, how did we get there? Well, because all the checks and balances that we put in place, which were physical, have failed us. But was this the plan? Was it planned obsolescence? Was it planned failure? So I'm not making commentary on that. What I'm saying is each of us is a last man standing. So each of us has the capability of turning our life around. You know, it's a funny saying, you know, today is the first day of the rest of your life. Well, it is. And tomorrow, guess what? It's the first day of the next rest of your life. So every day is a new beginning. But in the plasma science, the awareness, the knowledge is a new beginning. So now, well, I look back in my life and say, oh, geez, you know, I was angry when I learned about this at the age of 40. You know, so how does someone feel who's 60? Or how does someone feel who's 20? Or do they say, oh, you know, that's an old man's game. We're not interested in that. You know, we like our TikTok and our, you know, tweeting. We don't want to change. We're happy with this. You know, just make sure I got nice running shoes. It's what you deem important is strictly up to you. And I say, when important is not important, then nothing's important. And the way I see it, my own personal opinion, we are in an existential crisis. And right now, yes, Tuesday is coming. Yes, Thursday is coming. Changes are coming. Universal reactors are coming. But you know what? In Canada, I would say no less than 18 million people are in an injured state.
And Jason was asking about the CO2 in the Cup of Life one. Yes, they are different. And I was just reading in the book where it shows here in the structure of the light that they have gravitated 6 different elements, or I suppose gases, in the CO2 box. They're converting the methane gas into CH4. You're making some CH3 in there, which is energy before you. I guess it's a precursor to making the CH4. But I've never heard this. They've gravitated, it said. They attained 6 different elements in GAN state, each of which has its own color and can be seen, sample tubes, if they have been extracted from the system during its operation. So we know we have zinc oxide, CO2 GANs, CH3, CH4, oxygen is being released, and the plants love it. It's like plant food for, they love the CO2, the carbon dioxide, apparently. So they've gravitated 6 different elements in that CO2 box, and you can see
No.
pictures of it.
Not elements, molecules.
Okay.
Elements are in the physicality. They're not strong enough to maintain the combination. So they are distilled down to an elemental structure.
Okay, let me read it to you. Up to this point, we have managed to attain 6 different elements in GAN state, each of which has its own color, as can be seen in the sample tubes. So you have some orange, some green, some yellowish, and some whitish. And another one is kind of a brown. There were 6 different vials here. You can see that on, well, in the Kindle. I'm not sure which page it's on.
So it's the terminology.
Yes,
So what we're talking about is plasmatic elements.
yes.
So,
GAN
so
state.
none of the ganses are like it. You don't get a carbon GANS, you get a CO2 GANS. Or you get a CH3 GANS. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So the carbon is an element, the hydrogen is an element, oxygen is an element. But in the GANS state, they make combinations. So they become plasma elements.
But somehow they were able to extract 6 different GANSs out of the CO2 box.
Yes, because there's a carbon 10, carbon 12, carbon 14, and a carbon 16. So the field focus is carbon 12, which is the physical element of carbon. When you go from that focus point and say that focus point is the center of your infinity loop, right? When you go away from that, you see that it's not in focus. So those are your isotopes. So because each of these isotopes has a different field strength, you have created a different element.
And that was up to 2010, 6 different materials in GAN state, which have been gravitated by the system up to today. And that was May 1st, 2010. And as he said, with the cup number 1 of the cup of life, it would take us hundreds of years, man, to understand exactly what's going on in that cup. He said, we made it look simple because we designed it that way, but it's not simple. There's a lot
There was a
going
show
on.
there was a show on TV called Naked and Afraid, right? This is where they put 2 people in a forest somewhere, and they have to be resourceful, right? Well, say they are resourceful at, you know, creating fire, or resourceful at putting a shelter up or something like that. What would happen if they were resourceful at making a plasma reactor?
Yeah. Yeah. So I would say, Jason, the CO2 would be just fine. And you can just test it on your house plants. It's everything the plant needs. And then I use the cup, number 1, the cup of life. And that seems to work. The plants love it. I don't use it every single day. I'll intermittently use it with the tap water. And it's the plasma water. I'm not putting the GANS in there.
I was told possibly you can use the cup too, but not spraying it directly on the leaves, just around the plants. Is that something that would be a wise thing to do?
I haven't tried it.
For the soul energy sort of thing.
No, the cup number 1 is better connected to the soul of energy, soul energy. Cup number 2 is more to the physicality.
Right, but you wouldn't want to spray the cup 2 directly on the plants, or am I incorrect with that?
No, because the cup number 2 has some disinfecting properties.
Okay.
If you, I was talking about roadkill before, so the roadkill disappears in 9 days because the aerobic bacteria within the body converts to anaerobic bacteria. And so the aerobic bacteria contributes to protein development. The anaerobic bacteria contributes to protein digestion. So if you make it disinfected, then you kill the bacteria. You delay the
Okay,
process.
I see.
But if
Thank
you look in the store, you'll see some of the plant products that are available, and one of them is a greenish one. That could be a pesticide perhaps, or something along that line to repel them. I thought he said something about putting a little bit on top and a little on the bottom, but you'd have to double check that. But you can see some of these plant foods or plant enhancers in the store, as well as the ceramic cups, which have the material embedded in the ceramic.
So I would just like to contribute one thought to that process, and that is that a lot of these, what do you call them, parasites, they are attracted to weak fields. So if let's say a plant is dying, so they will go to that plant first. It's the same way that lions cull a herd of zebras, let's say, that they won't attack the strongest one, they'll attack the weakest one. So this is kind of a natural balancing process where you, cull, if you will, cull the process. So if you were to impart a plasma field, which is a field of creation, a field of higher energy, then it's just like the locusts and whatnot, they will leave the field. They are attracted to a decaying field. So the whole process of decaying is a form of creating gas. So what we say is when we take the food, which is a protein, and put it in our mouth, the moment it goes into our mouth, it goes into a plasma field, which creates it into a gas, right? So it's already broken down the protein. So this is what happens through decay. If a plant is weak, then it starts to decay. So it's already being digested. It's self-digesting. And so this would attract a pest. So
It's interesting you say that, because I had a friend that was using the plasma on his agriculture, and with that particular crop that he used it from the start, there was very little, if any, bugs or powdered mildew, etc. It was very interesting.
yeah, so you're creating an attraction or repulsion. It's as fundamental as it gets. So if we can, if we can identify our solutions based on those principles, we could pretty well figure anything out, given enough time and given enough opportunity. Right now, as it stands, because of our social structure and everything that we're involved with, we're not given the time or the opportunity to do that. So it is through the Knowledge Seekers workshops that we are able to give ourselves this greater insight. So this is why we're not teaching specific practicalities. We're teaching concepts. So you have the insight to say, oh, well, if the energy is going that way, that's because it's giving. Well, who wants that energy? Well, if you have something that is robbing that energy, then that's what you're feeding. So if you want to change that, don't feed what you don't want. Feed what you do want. It's, in other words, stop doing things that cause the problem and start doing the things that solve the problem. And you are the enabler.
And it's interesting, Fried put in the chat here, as I understand, a lot of Canadian freedom convoys are from the Sikh people. There must be some connection already, and I've actually seen a video where they were feeding people. I think they were cooking, and they were saying, we're just here to support.
Yeah, they're truckers. They have the same mentality. They are independent, right? And then they have a vested interest, just like everybody else. But you do understand that turban fellow is running one of the opposition parties, right? And if the founders of those opposition parties would see what they're doing today, they would rise up out of their graves and be quite angry. So you've gotten the it's just well, now you know how things work. Okay, so we have a confirmation of how things work. We can't say, let me put it another way, and maybe this is a little bit more gentle. We had a former leader of the Conservative Party here complain that Parliament was shut down, so they could not cross-examine in question period the government and their intentions. So what? What difference would it make? You go and you ask your question, and it gets documented in the Hansard, which is the archive of the transcripts. And so what? Okay, so you ask your question, but nothing's going to change. So you're complaining, oh, you know, we don't have the right to question the government, and you are the government. So, you know, what that doesn't make the difference. What makes the difference is the moral certitude. The morality is what's missing. And now everybody knows, and the whole world is witness to this.
Jason, did you get your question answered, or at least partially answered? Maybe Alex could open it up. Do you want
No,
to?
yeah, I think Jason just confirmed he did.
Okay, good.
I was on to Fried's point. That was whoever made that point.
Yeah, sorry, I was just reading in the chat. Sorry.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. And then, so this is what I'm saying. To complain about anything is not enough. You need to complain about what's effective. And what's effective is the energy exchange. So we have people who are in genuine dire straits. We have people who are physically disabled or physically injured, and they are young. So they are contributing members of society, and they have been incapacitated. That has ramifications. So, you know, I'm just saying, what we are seeing is a broken system, and not just in this country, but every other country. And what we need to do is to elevate our energy levels to be more effective, to be more efficient. And the plasma energy is affording this possibility. All you have to do, I'm telling you now, is sit down for a few minutes and think about your position today in the absence of the plasma science. And if that doesn't send shivers up your spine, then I don't know what will. For me personally, it is comforting to know that the Creator is the Creator's my benefactor. And he's not picking favorites. He doesn't discriminate that way. He broadcasts. Okay, it goes out everywhere. We all have the opportunity to elevate. There are no favorites. There's no betting. There's no competition. It's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. And we are on the cusp. We are at the point to witness history at a very, very historical moment. I want to thank everybody who's allowed me to present today. I didn't mean to dominate this conversation, but the questions have been excellent. And I thank you all for hanging in here, because you will be asked where you were. And you need to be able to answer truthfully. Isn't that wonderful? Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else who's been wanting to say something? Please feel free to open your mic. I'm going to play the last question Mr. Kesh took in the 420th. It's very simple and all of us can understand what he's saying there. Then I'll play the creation of the Universal Council. And then we'll end with Victor's tribute to Victor again. And of course, the final disclaimer. Go ahead,
May I
Salomia.
say something, Mark?
Yes, please, go ahead. No problem.
Do you remember last week when I put the wish to meet together, and that night on my dream, but it was not dream because I was aware. I went to Linz, and there I have seen a dean and other person which I never see them and I never meet them. And we start to talk about enhancement units, body enhancement units, and especially fly, for the fly. And Mr. Kesh also appeared there, but it was in another sequence of the dream, if I may say like this, on a boat on the Danube. And he answered my question about how it's possible to fly. And he asked me if I can know to swim. I said no. Said, okay, look to this bird who is swimming and take lessons. So flying is the same like swimming. Anyway, it was my dream, and when I come back on my body, I had a body, green body. And this green body, light body, came on my physical body. And I wake up with this image in the morning. Anyway, it was
maybe you've
good.
had a little algae on you from swimming or plankton. But to me, it sounds like the souls were interacting. And
Yeah,
that's
of
why the
course.
soul showed you the faces, because you wouldn't know who it was interacting with unless the faces were shown to your brain.
Let's put again this wish, if you like, and say next week what it was possible for us to do. So I didn't meet in the sky, in the universe, I meet in space, but we meet in Linz. Okay, thank you.
Sounds like a very nice dream.
Yes.
But it wasn't a dream. It sounds like it's the reality.
Of course. Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no one else, or would someone else like to come in here, I'm going to play, as I said, the last question Mr. Kesh took in the workshop from, coincidentally, a fellow named Mark. I think he's in Germany. And then the creation of the Universal Council, Victor's clip, his memorial, his tribute, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Thank you all for being here and thank you for sharing on the soul level, partially speaking, partially soul level, or just speaking. Again, anyone else want to add anything else at this point? Okay, then we'll go ahead here. Let's see if we can find this. And yes, it's probably about 22 minutes worth of a question, and then maybe another 10 minutes on the creation of the Universal Council and so on. So I'll continue this. Many of you have heard the workshop already, but feel free if you need to go. Don't feel you have to stay. And if you'd like to stay, that's fine as well. But it'll just be in the recording so that everyone can enjoy it later. Okay. And again, this question and answer is very simple for the most part for all of us like myself to understand. Let's see if we can make that a little better.
Your questions till next week, then that will be fine. And
let's see what he has to say when we go on.
Okay. Mark, if you're Mark.
Yes,
Yes.
You hear me.
If you could say who you are.
Mr. Kish, hello. Rick, hello. I was the Dutch guy living in Germany last week.
Oh, yeah. And which country are you this week?
Well, it's still Germany.
It's still Germany.
I have two questions. You talk about elevated soul, but in principle, our soul is elevated. That means you mean more that this pure love seeks through or seeps through all these rings of being onto the physicality. Is that correct? Or is it elevated soul in the terms of your soul becomes more aware?
Awareness of existence, true existence.
Yeah, yes, but it is my soul has always been aware, but I become let's say from the mind side, I become aware of this
existence.
As this existence, and not only from the mind side, from the feeling side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is what we always said. Emotion. You call it a feeling from the emotion side.
Yes.
Where the only common things between the soul of the man, soul of physicality and man is the emotion.
Yes. Yes.
And if we understand that, we solve the problem.
Yes, I completely agree. So the next question. When
Can I ask you a question by any chance? I remember who you are.
Yes.
Did you send your request to the foundation?
Yes, I will write you an email, Mr. Cash, because I have something I would like to say. Now, if a person dies in agony and the soul goes into a new realm, does this
into what?
Into the new space, a new form, let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, does this agony stick onto the soul, or is this?
What depends what you call agony?
Free of it. Well,
what do you call pain, suffering?
Yeah, if somebody is dying from cancer and has terrible pain, etc., etc.
This is a very touchy thing to touch. We find people who've been very charitable in life or whatever die of the same cancer as those who've done massive crimes.
Yes, that I'm not asking that. I'm asking if
No. I'm trying to answer you in a different way.
Okay.
That process of agony and pain, is it to bring the point of maturity to the man in understanding the true oneself? The problem is we are not inside the body of the man. We are not in the process, the thought of the man. We see the physical pain. We see the physical agony. We do not know what that man is balancing or understanding or elevating his souls through that power, through that pain. So that's what counts. Chinese have a beautiful saying, and always mention it. They say, suffering brings wisdom, and wisdom brings richness in a way.
Yes. Yes.
So is that physical dimension of suffering brings the man to calculate, to understand more of what is done right and what is wrong and what's got to be put right?
Yes.
And what it needs to change. That's then the suffering, physical suffering is, I was told very recently, you can mend everything. Why do you come here to break your bones and do this and do that? You can live without suffering. But till we don't taste it, we don't understand it, we cannot find a solution for it.
Yes, absolutely.
So what are we here for?
Yes. Yeah. I understand that. I understand. It's the contrast which is being presented to you, and through this contrast, you can
I'm not going for a contrast. I'm not going for a contrast.
Okay, well,
I'll go back to the teaching of today.
Yeah.
You have to understand the emotion of the soul and the emotion of the physicality, the soul of physicality.
Yes.
They have to match. That's where the point of maturity comes.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
This is where maybe in the physical suffering, we change. We've seen the same. Some people try to cover it up. Some people try to correct it, and some people try to show they're correcting it. But in fact, in essence, the show is the same underneath.
Yeah.
And this is where it comes when we mature to it. But do we need that physical suffering to mature the soul? Maybe no. Maybe it's a time frame that the soul needs to adjust itself before separation. We see more and more people living to hundreds and 80s and 90s. And statistically, because of the healthcare and whatever we are living longer and longer. But does that affect the dimension of the soul the longer you live? Do you understand? So if you live 1,000 years, would your soul become very wise?
Yes, yes, yes.
You understand? Or in a way, you become more knowledgeable about the work of your soul. That's what it counts.
Yes, exactly.
You understand?
Yes,
So
yes.
it's a very touchy point. It's understanding it, that what it is, it's the fine line of existence.
Yes.
And we do sometimes. I always told why if you can make gold, why you still foundation? Because my gold is different than your gold.
Yeah.
Your gold is that yellow stuff on the thing. My gold is teaching of the knowledge seekers that they teach the others. I'm always rich. You always have to look for that yellow stuff.
Yes.
And that's what it counts.
Yeah.
And somehow my gold appears whenever it's needed on the table, which is done by the knowledge seekers to help the other knowledge seekers.
Yes.
You understand? This is the way it is. The time of suffering to help the others is finished. I live a comfortable life. But I don't need the extremity of the extreme. I live comfortable for what I do, the way I do. This gives me comfort that what I can do, how I can serve.
Yes.
It's not the time of being a hermit sitting in the cave and don't eat and beer grow. I wear smart, I wear ties, I travel with everything which God can give, because that gives the image, that gives the confidence to the people that there is a purpose for this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There is a purpose it can bring. I was
Yes.
told by one of my Chinese friends, "You're the most unusual prophet."
Mm-hmm.
I said, yes, my profit is for you to profit with your soul, not to have things to own.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in
Absolutely.
the knowledge, in the time of knowledge seekers, we have knowledge seekers who've been the members of the Universal Council, and they have offered hundreds of thousands of meters of land to the foundation's donation. I refused.
Mm-hmm.
I had richest people in the world offering us properties.
Mm-hmm.
I refused because I know it has no value. But
Yes.
when we need the financial help, I go to the what you call knowledge seekers. You are rich. We need because we serve, and they always respond. We have no, even the properties which we work on, we rent, we buy. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, we can say, okay, knowledge, can you do this? We do what they call it now, goal funding.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do that. We invest in the knowledge in the soul of the man, and when is the time for it is done? And this is the maturity of time.
Yeah.
And this is where the difference comes.
Yeah. Mr. Kesh, I feel this very profoundly what you are doing. And just as little feedback, last Thursday gave me such a immense, a good feeling. And I'm going through all your understanding plasma science videos, all 12 of them. I think I'm at the half now, and I've done my first cup of life. And it's very interesting, and I'd like to continue and even go in depth, because I'm teaching change of emotions to people and how to understand that you can consciously change it. And this is your teachings are beautiful on this mission I have set myself.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I know what you do. You told us what you do. Going back to it, we're still waiting if you would like to collaborate with us. But generally, hopefully before in the next few days and weeks, we'll go out directly, what I call headhunting for the heads who can bring that change. And maybe somebody who understands both the emotion and physicality will bring things about. Yes. We, as I said to our directors of the Keshe Foundation, before we used to do in one front, and they used to go after us in one front. Now the Keshe Foundation has friends in many fronts, and the beauty of it is you are doing it as knowledge seekers, not us. Mm-hmm. The foundation is just point of the centralizing the effort. But it's great to see, it's beautiful to see when I receive information through in the background weeks and months, and we understand what is to come. It gives an immense pleasure that the change is there to come, and the governments are standing behind Keshe Foundation now, which, the governments which they used to batter us, now they are there, they want to finance us. They want the technology to be, because the leaders of the governments have realized there is a bigger thing than a Maghreb unit or a, what I call a pillow talk chit chat, which is used to damage. Yes. And it has brought a lot of good things for us. I cannot speak much at this moment, but the joy inside me is amazing in what is to come.
Yes.
And mankind will elevate in one way or another very soon, much faster.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to be part of that of your movement. And
no, we are not movement. We are all moving.
I say consciousness. Yes. Yeah.
We'll see what comes up, but there is such a bright future.
Yes.
Not in the horizon. We are in it. Actually, sometimes it scares me even to talk about it, because it has to be there, done by the knowledge seekers to see it done. And even in past 48 hours, last week, we needed something because we knew it's a change, part of game changer for us. And out of nowhere, he appeared. And yesterday concluded, and I sat back and I said, I never asked anything, but my wish was so deep inside, which is needed, and it just threw itself out of the window in our lap.
Exactly.
That's all I need to do. I don't need to go to rob, to lie, to cheat, to do anything.
Yes.
My wish is there to serve, and somehow the way is there is planned years ago to be there on that day, and it appears.
Exactly.
And this is how it's going to be. And we'll see. There is a huge change coming on Keshe Foundation.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely don't know how to bring it out, but we know what is going on and what is going to happen. But interesting point is the whole humanity is going to benefit by it.
Yes.
And that's a change. It's a beautiful. We'll come out very soon with it. I mean, it's in the hand of the heads of the Keshe Foundation, the two ladies, and the people who head the foundation in different ways, and especially council, to get their act together very quickly, because I think world leaders will surpass the work of the Keshe Foundation in bringing and trying to do the work of the foundation.
Yes.
And in so many ways, maybe it's the wrong way to say, maybe the right way to say, collectively, we have done it. We have achieved that bridging point as a human race in different ways. But some of us created the wars and some of us wished for the peace. And it taught the ones who created the war to mature.
Exactly.
And it's beautiful.
Exactly.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Yes.
Keep in touch.
Yes.
We're looking for a massive. I don't just wait in the next few days and we see after next Tuesday, because the change comes around next Tuesday, and then we'll see how the change will come.
So when I can just write, can I write you an email?
You don't write to me, write to info@keshe.foundation. And put in there for attention of Mr. Keshe and get to me.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks
Mr.
for your
Keshe.
being
Thank you.
there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rick, shall we call it a day?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.